1, 2, 3. Hey, thanks for tuning in. Might take callers later, I guess. Unannounced live stream. Just got bored, so we're gonna cope for the 5 people in the house. It's too early for a talk show, I guess. Yeah, we're gonna finish Postal. Probably Most Wanted or some cope. Yeah. No announcement. Whoever joins, you are lucky to be here. Yeah, maybe later callers and whatever the environment dictates how it is. Don't forget to check yesterday's live stream, a lot of guests and good topics. Alright, let's get me distracted, because I'm gonna start daydreaming. Jesus. It's only 4 p.m. here in Gulag, so it's too early for you Eurocells. Stupid kurwa. Okay, looks like this is it. No data. Okay, why? YouTube says no data. Now it says excellent connection. Fuck it. Okay, I'm gonna announce on the Discord. 0 people is way too creepy. Just medi vidya coping. Yeah, I might take callers later, but tonight we are taking only people with normal microphone, basically, because we had some guests with absolute trash mic, and even I couldn't understand. Okay. No fucking way. Okay, we can't multitask with this bullshit. Can you believe it? Kurva. What a pile of shit. Kurwa. I have to like restart the game every time I launch. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, GG. Phew. Yeah, open mic, growth stream, solo stream, whatever the fuck stream. Probably gonna hide it later. It's gonna be like a toilet dream. Okay. Yes, jihad, I know. It's over. I mean, COVID felt like end of the world, but everybody knew it's gonna stabilize. I mean, Putler ended COVID anyway. Imagine stop pretending there is a pandemic because war started. Hey, one person in the house. Good luck. Oh god. Probably not gonna be able to escape this winter. It's gonna be fucking... Okay.
Hey you, how about offering to help some poor, unspecified group of today's society?
Sorry, yo.
You gotta be fucking kidding.
Kurwa.
You fucking asshole!
I'm going to be sick.
Stop it! I'm here!
What is this? Cat Piranha plugin for bus sniffer. Okay. Hey. Hey. Fuck, she's not. That's not good. You're fucking kidding me. Right, I'm gonna focus on the quest, so go here.
Hi there. Want to chip in to support this conveniently indeterminate cause?
Fuck you!
You gotta be fucking kidding.
Never long.
I know you've got some unwanted cash burning a hole in your pocket. Hand it over. Hey you, how about offering to help some poor unspecified group of today's society? Hi there. Want to chip in to support this conveniently indeterminate cause?
I'm sorry.
Shit.
Yeah, no shit, dumbass.
Excuse me, can you spare some cash for this slightly suspect charity I'm collecting for?
I'm sorry.
You gotta be fucking kidding.
Okay, I guess.
I'm sorry. So, do you think video games are evil?
What is ABBA, Alex?
Are you on crack?
Hey you, how about offering to help some poor unspecified group of today's society?
Fuck you!
Shit.
Where is this heading?
You can never really own beer.
Gulag, check it out. Slovakia in the winter. Brutal.
That stuff really works.
Hi there. Want to chip in to support this conveniently indeterminate cause?
Okay, I guess that sounds pretty good.
I bet I'd stop nagging myself to go see Zach Ward if I just went and saw Zach Ward.
What the fuck is Winter Wonderland?
One side.
That's clearly wrong.
Fuck.
Look out!
The fuck?
Now the flowers will grow.
You're right.
Who goes there? Who dares disturb the great Zach Ward?
Hey, former child star. How about sharing some of those child star royalties for this clearly on-the-level charity I've got here?
Listen, jerk. You better watch your tongue, for you're standing in the presence of greatness. I am Zach Ward, leader of the Farsi clan here at my wondrous Winter Wonderland compound and world-renowned actor extraordinaire.
Yeah, I can't say I'm familiar with your body of work. Now, how about that donation?
What? What, are you kidding me? How can you not know who I am? What, have you never seen Titus? Transformers, Resident Evil Apocalypse, Blood Rain 2, Alone in the Dark 2, Dark House. Come on, Almost Famous? Really? I was a Mike and Molly, dude. Liv and Maddie, you watched the Disney? No? I did Army of Two, The Devil's Cartel. Great video game. That was a really good video game. NYPD. Blue. Twice. Nothing? Dick.
Nope, doesn't ring a bell.
And not even the beloved and cherished holiday American classic, A Christmas Story? It comes out every year for 24 hours, dude. Come on, there's a marathon.
Never heard of it. Say, what's up with those yellow eyes? You high on something?
Oh, that's it, bitch.
Oh no. Should we blast him? That's the question.
Oh, fudge! When I tell you to come, kid, you better.
No.
Cry for me.
I'm gonna find more of that good stuff. Just kidding.
Say,
Oh, fire. Alright.
I definitely need more of that. I better get out of here.
This is it.
And done.
Fui. Join the server. Join the waiting lobby if you want to join the talk show, I guess. What the fuck is this? Question is, how do we... Maybe with this button. Here. Okay. Well, you joined the server and you left. GG. Oh my god. Autistic. The fuck. Now I have to restart. Autismo. Cool. Fucking attention span of a goldfish, bro. If you are dealing with 21 years old people, bro, it's like dealing with toddlers. Literally brutal. Fuck it. Well, we are out of milk tonight. How do we gonna drink the coffee?
Geez, whoever designed this town was on serious crack.
Oh no. How does this work? Aha, okay.
I feel better already.
You're gonna wake up.
How'd you like it if somebody called you a lunatic?
Oh, let's get out of here. Thanks for tuning in. I'm just coping here alone.
That's the stuff. Maybe it's just me, but I'm sensing a bit of hostility here. I suppose I should be wary of this crowd from now on. I sure wouldn't want to upset them further.
Okay, which way? Down, then right or left?
Have a nice day.
I ordered really, lady, though, because of the link you shared, community post. Hey, Matt Jones, that you mean the channel called Sexy Strap Times, or what was it? Those two guys reviewing. Yeah, man, I would like to order too, but it's like $2,000, you know, that's like astronomical amount for me. It's gonna fucking take me like 2 years to save up, I don't know. But show I don't know, show us some pictures maybe. The Discord. Yeah, 200, I mean, sorry, 23 grand, I mean 2300, yeah. Yeah, but it's good, I mean, have removable flashlight, I guess. Yeah, the key is to use some kind of oil, because it's impossible without that. The friction gonna kill you. Yeah, and like, keep it away from dust particles and all kinds of hair, basically. It's very hard to remove dust from. Oops, I hear some weapon. Come on. Yeah. I switch to Discord soon, because if I multitask, everything gonna crash. So autistic with this OBS. Okay, which way? Yeah, man, the dolls are the way. I'm surprised to actually see customer. Well, not my customer, but a user in the chat. I mean, look, these dolls, they are really, it's really not, I don't want to use the word convincing, yeah? But every niche of details, an aspect of the technical elements are being improved, like that super realistic screen. Oops. What the fuck is going on? Yeah, cops, help me. Cops are on my side, help me. I need Max Payne and John McClane. Okay, let's go. The other way around. This way. Okay, what is... Yeah, Matt, if you are later around when I'm gonna take callers, then maybe you can disclose some of the background story, basically, about how did you came up, like what made you decide, like to obtain it, basically. Because people like Turtling Monkey, they are way ahead of their time. The world is not ready for people like them to shill for the dolls. And his narrative will become normalized in, like, I don't know, 20 years from now, I don't know, 25 years, I don't know how long this whole inflation genocentric nightmare gonna continue. But eventually it's gonna be balanced, yeah. This new doll is way better than the last one. Realistic, unbelievable. Wow, man, that's... You almost give me motivation to pursue my job hunting circusserie much harder, so I can obtain some shekels for these, man. Because after all, I mean, C-Max is number one, but come on, if the regulations gonna cuck you and you get like deported or like something, you have to figure out how to cope in Gulag, basically. Yeah, same.
I guess the next air conditioning part is inside one of these 3 buildings. Looks like I need to get searching.
What is this? Oh, ho, 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 Dad.
I'm sorry, apparently I'm feeling a little psychotic this morning.
They are throwing scissors at him. Anyways.
I definitely need more of that. And one to grow on.
No, I need better gun. Oh no. Hoping to say hi. Yes, hello to you too, sir. Yeah, I might take callers if it gets maybe crowded or demanded. I don't know. So,
I gotta find more of that good stuff. Nope, the AC part isn't here. Must be in one of these other two buildings.
what? Epiphysis cerebri. Now I have to get back all the way. Oh,
Lucky these things are stainless.
yeah. Is the way to go? I think not. Here? Oh my fucking god. Wow, you are stupid. Ah. Huh? Oh my fucking god. Hey, 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 hey. If you buy a real doll, I wouldn't get the robot features cause they added a lot more weight. Doesn't have to. Yeah, I agree. I think those voice features are unnecessary. Okay, here's the deal. I assume that the doll is highly customizable upon purchasing it. I would probably avoid like half of the features. Yeah. The motor, yeah, the wiggle. You mean the wiggle motor? Yeah. We might review. I'm thinking we should watch the video, but yeah, it's sketchy on YouTube to show like a nudity. Okay, we have the situation with the rackets. Yeah, 40 kilo is... I would like to have experience with this stuff, man. I think that's the future for me. Yeah, if I figure out like C-Max is not economically possible, then yeah, we are going the doll ways and figure out how to survive Gulag, basically.
Definitely need more of that. Damn, the AC part isn't here either. Well, third time's a charm.
Shit. Okay. Where is she? Alright.
My grandmother could beat the game if she saved as much as you do. I gotta find more of that good stuff.
Okay. This one searched. This one searched. This one.
That stuff really works. That's the ticket. Ah, there it is.
Hey. What the fuck is that? Hey, sir. Turn around. What the fuck is this, huh? Boy. Hey, dude. What the fuck is this, hey? Shit, dude. I'm gonna die. Bro, I'm gonna die.
This can't be good for me, but I feel
This
great.
dude is this dude is who can Alright.
And another one bites the dust. Better check on those guys back at the junkyard. I'm sure those cannibalistic zombies will be most appreciative of my efforts. Are you saving again?
The way to go.
Better check on those guys back at the junkyard. I'm sure those cannibalistic zombies will be most appreciative of my efforts. I know what you're thinking, but the funny thing is, I don't even like video games. Better check on those guys back at the junkyard. I'm sure those cannibalistic zombies will be most appreciative of my efforts.
And the game crashed. Can you believe it? That is fact. Where? Okay, if we're gonna crash again, we're switching the fucking software tonight.
Better check on those guys back at the junkyard. I'm sure those cannibalistic zombies will be most appreciative of my efforts. Glad that crap's over. Now that I'm done with his chores, maybe that demon cow guy can help me find Champ. I can't imagine what else could go wrong today.
You're just in time for the wedding ceremony. My true love and I will spend our honeymoon in our wondrous new home. Quick, be my best man.
Wait, wedding? And what house? Hey, that's my home. But who would want to live in my shitty trailer aside from me and my ex-wife? Uh-oh.
Did you remember my rocky road?
That voice. But it can't be. Oh my God. It's my hateful ex-wife. And she's thin.
That's right. I was able to lose the pounds after I left your sorry ass. How dare you come here on this beautiful day? I'll teach you to show your face again.
All this fighting is making my nipples hard.
What is this? The fuck? Hey. What the fuck? Okay, how are we gonna blast her?
You never were a gentleman! You lazy piece of shit! That hurt, you big idiots!
No, you can't die. I love you, bitch. I'll save you with my life-giving man milk.
Well, shit. Now I recognize her. Anyway, I think my business is done here. Can I go now?
Homewrecker! This is all your fault! You've ruined my wedding day and turned my hot bitch of a wife into a fat slag! You are banished from my junkyard, and I'll make certain that all zombie kind will condemn you for all eternity!
You know, I think I'm just fine with that. Crap, today was a complete bust. I'm a little closer to the heart of the town, but even...
Spending the night in a dank, putrid cave on a mattress built for a midget. My, what wonderful places you bring us to.
Shut up, Brain. I'm not in the mood to deal with you right now.
Short-tempered today, are we? Speaking of short, here comes one of those midget guys.
Follow me, tall one. Our leader is now ready to speak with you.
Yeah, let's check the VC. Somebody joined. Cutscene.
Gary?
Don't you know who I am?
We are Big McWillis. We are leader of the Colemen, a group of extraordinary individuals imbued with unique and exotic stature.
Forgive me for asking, but aren't you a little tall for a midget?
What you talking about, asshole?
I am midget as well, just exceptionally tall. Nonetheless, we call you today to aid you in quest to find El Perro Loco.
You're talking about finding Champ?
Yes, when you find El Perro Loco, you must use Cure to ensmollen the colossal beast. We can construct Cure for you, but you must also prove devotion to the Colemen, for you are also tall, like the ones above who mock our height. Show your worthiness to the Colemen by opposing your fellow tall ones. To create Cure, we require right chemicals. Bring chemicals to us so we can begin procedure. Get chemicals at Chemical Factory. We require new technology to even stature on battlefield against the tall ones. We need mechanical stilts. Get prototype pair at Robotics Factory. We will strike great blow against the tall ones by subverting their entertainment. Crush their karaoke entertainment here. Now head forth and serve the Colemen proud.
Yo. Kurwa. Okay, I saved. I'm gonna unmute myself in the VC. Okay. Snuggle the like button. Yeah, Mauri's in the house. So I'm opening panel, but I'm not much, like a talking position now. Anybody can join. We're gonna probably drag this shit maybe 10 hours if I don't pass out. Rocky, it's a Postal 2, Paradise Lost.
Why does this not surprise me?
Where should I go?
Say, an open mic night? I guess it's been a while since I've given my vocal cords a good workout.
Open mic. What a coincidence. We also have open mic. The fuck is this level design? Are you kidding me? Remember, American God got a plan for everyone. Is that so? How does it work, you know? Okay, what's first, huh? Cure? And right. Which way? Oh, this is not good. Stop. How do I get there? Here? Okay. Hey, don't shoot.
How you doing?
Doing pretty good.
Well, take care.
Please wait until it's your turn to be served.
You are fucking kidding me. My number is 30.
I can help you over here, please.
Yeah, help me.
I cannot serve you until your number is called. Please wait until it's your turn to be served. I cannot serve you until... Please wait until it's your turn to be served.
This waiting stuff bites. Why not just head through that employees only door and grab the chemicals yourself?
That was impetuous of me. Now I'm gonna have to find them myself. Probably through that door.
Let's go. Go get him. Dog pill, go get him. Wow, okay. What are they doing?
Watch it, Jimmy Joe Bob. You can't go around damaging the inventory like that. Those city folk could grow wise to the fact that we ain't producing real chemicals.
Oh, lighten up, Lester. It's not like those dumb yuppie boys can tell the difference between our brew and their fancy pants chemicals. Hey, who's that guy?
Huh? Sound the horn, Jimmy Joe Bob. We got ourselves a trespasser. Yeehaw!
Oh, hey, shit. Give me some weapons. Kurwa. Which one?
Mommy. Swing.
Hey. One. Let's go. Is this the right way to go? Looks like that pit from Stalker 1 in Agroprom, you know? Yeah, nobody knows the references.
Only my wife understands me.
Hostage. We are live. Welcome.
Brothers live, man.
It's early stream. More people maybe join later. I'm just rotting here.
Stop by, man. See what's going on, man. Us two YouTubers survived.
Yeah.
They survived in YouTube. We might end up in a documentary someday.
That's the better scenario. Imagine all the people that end up like lolcow, you know?
Well, that I mean, that how long we been in this section, man, of the manosphere, the black pill and everything, man. A lot of people have come and gone, because they've proven that The stuff they were talking about, they weren't they weren't up towards what's going to happen next, man. I think there's only a few of us left. If YouTube ain't purge you, or just I think some guys just it's called it quits or they walked away from it, man. You know, I'm still on this phones.
I mean, you sound tired. You are after wagey or
Oh no,
something?
no, I'm good, man. It's just I'm up, man. I'm good, bro. Been up for a minute. Just I'm just thinking, man. You look at the landscape, Medican. You look out. I mean, you've had to remake your Discord 3 times. I had to remake mine, I think, once. The amount of times they've been trying to purge us, be it on YouTube or off YouTube, and just for talking. You think about that, like neither I or you ever said, go find this man, attack this person, and you speak a level of honesty. You've been deemed, enemy number one, man. You know, I don't know your thoughts on that.
Look, every September, every year in September, YouTube makes some deletions. They removed like 70, maybe 80, 75 videos was removed by YouTube.
I had over 100 removed, and had over 100 removed, and then you're like, man, I look at YouTube. It's about favoritism because I would compare. Someone listening to this will say, there's no way you guys. I'm not saying we're on the level of Joe Rogan, but come on, the amount of stuff Joe Rogan has said versus us, man. Even during Conan 19, I didn't really touch on it like that. I knew YouTube was coming, but the fact that we had Joe Rogan openly say, you don't have to take this, you could take that. Then guys like us just talk about, this is what's going on in society, man. We saw the Olympics where they're bringing up a little kid around a bunch of drags and all that stuff, and we got our. I mean, like you said, over 80. I got over 100, bro. Then I don't know if it happened to you like it happened to me, but bro, pretty soon once they took out 100 videos, they verified us, right? What I find funny is they verified you once you were monetized, right? Then YouTube comes to ask me, well, for you to tag someone on a post, for you to share links to anything, we need to verify.
Yeah.
I'm like, but you verified me to be monetized, so you know now I'm no longer verified. And another thing they did to me, bro, I don't know if they did it to you, but they deleted the watch hours, man. They deleted over 8,000
Yeah.
watch hours. Did that
Yeah,
happen to you?
it happened here too because uh, look at it like this: lot of long 7 hours live streams, men coping hard, and that 7 hour live stream takes let's say 4 GB space somewhere in Google Drives, and they came across these huge files, and it has to be removed. It's for free, so.
Oh, they deleted. I mean, well, YouTube does a lot of compression, where, like, for example, you're streaming, if you're streaming on YouTube, you're not doing the full stream. There's so much compression going on that, the file won't be as huge. But the way I look at it, man, and I've been saying this before the AI even got big, I was telling people YouTube's been training the AI because I don't know if you got the message I got. I got like 3 messages They told me the machines reviewed you and the people reviewed you. And
Correct,
I got a
correct, correct.
personal.
I got this shit in email basically. Blah 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 blah. We used combination of AI and human reviews to decide you blah 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 hateful content, right? It's fucking bullshit, bro. I mean, this is just digital. This is data management, okay? They cannot afford to host huge files for free. I believe a lot of channels were impacted in September, October last year. The spring cleaning, bro, in the tech industry, okay? This, I mean, yeah.
I think it was that law is about to be passed. I don't know if up here if Trump passed it yet. The whole I forget the law where just because you're on you got to choose if you're a platform you can't be segregating people for freedom of speech because they don't fit your political scheme or whatever. So I think they're cleaning house before Trump passes that law where it's like if you touch anyone for just speaking differently, we could damage your site. So before the law passes, they're just cleaning up whoever they don't like. And the only reason I look at YouTube right now I was posting some shorts. I've been telling guys this for over a year. YouTube's so desperate to replace TikTok. The only place they'll kind of let you talk is the shorts. There's a chance where they'll let your shorts live because they're
Yes.
so desperate to say, look, you
Yes,
can
yes.
you can jump on here for your shorts instead of TikTok. But the way I look at it is, man, we were being too honest. You know what I'm saying? I told guys, me and you have been talking for years. I told you, a lot of people looked at me crazy when I said, dude, the red pill will be mainstream. YouTube will allow it to thrive. YouTube will love it. I go on YouTube now. There are hundreds of channels where you're like, dude, they're talking about red pill content, hundreds of thousands of subs, manosphere. They will keep any channels that keep men domestic. You know, when they first deleted the whole MGTOW channels, YouTube and all those engineers, all those simps working there, their narrative was, oh man, they're telling men to stand up and don't fall for this, don't fall for that. But once they saw, wait a minute, they're not telling these men to leave here. We can still make money off the red pillars. We can still make money off any man that tells these men to stay here. You could
Currently, we have
find love.
bigger problem. The black pill is the new red pill, and the lookism is the new grift, basically. Like the
All that,
grifters are attacking males' insecurities because some males are stuck in wrong location, yeah, getting gaslighted to death by environment, and they are cashing out on it. The predators, the sharks, Yeah.
oh yeah. Well, I mean, the black pill was infiltrated. What
It
happened with
is.
the black pill is, man.
It is. You are
What was
right. It is infiltrated. Yeah.
it's been infiltrated because I remember I got in trouble. Some guy said, "Oh, you're doing too much." I'm like, dude, man, the majority of guys claim the black pill is orbited by, I don't know if I can say the word, by some eye cells, some doomers, or as I discovered, I call it the dark gray pill when a guy takes the black pill and he can't accept it. He can't live with it. It becomes a problem to know the truth that, dude, we're in the overage, what I'm saying? This we had the medieval times. This is the over times. It's over in the West, man. The West is you only get one choice here. And a lot of guys can't accept it. You only get one option in the West. You either make money. I call it the work only nation. You're here to work. The West is strictly about making money, not family. That option of having family, you know, I'm online and I still hear people bring, I want a traditional family. Dude, we haven't been traditional in the West in over like 60 years. You know what I'm saying? Once no fault divorce dropped, it was pretty much, it's been dead for quite some time. I've been telling guys for over 2 years that having a father in the household doesn't mean anything. What does it mean to have a father when your father's nothing more than your mother's assistant? You know? It's like training for
Strange.
you
I
to
can't
be a
escape this.
future slave to the system. The fathers don't mean nothing, man. Having a father in America where I'm at
Yeah, yeah. I
might
actually
as
made
be he's
a
training me.
short out of your live stream because you said like father can't give you any advice anymore. He's in a position of disadvantage. Basically, you mentioned, and I was thinking about this twice actually.
Mm.
You are right.
Odd sense
Brother,
of
though, the
deja vu
father,
here.
and I think that's
Maybe
the
I'm in
next step
refresher.
is, dude. Anybody and a father, I've learned, I don't know, y'all were more educated on the internet lingo, but I think when somebody says I'm a father, it triggers a lot of younger guys, especially the Gen Z and millennials that are before 40. It clicks like, so you're trapped. That's what we hear.
It's almost
It's
like
kind
a
of like
gaslight. They are gaslighting you into having maybe kids or guilt tripping you that you don't have. And
mm,
yeah,
wow, that's a different way of looking at it. Yeah, I look at the father like the single woman. You know, a father can give a man advice on dating. And a single woman can give a woman advice on how to be married. They're both on the same playing field. The man, because of the law, I still see it on YouTube. This is why I've been telling guys for it's going on over probably 10 years if you I count Reddit, because I was on Reddit before YouTube. But I was telling guys the red pillars, what they're gonna be doing is they're gonna guide you back to the system. They'll drop all this knowledge. Hey guys, he got married. This country's such a bad place to get married. He should have got a prenup. Then they're gonna, and I've seen this. I don't know if you've seen it. If you still watch a few YouTube guys here and there, they would always lace it with, but if you find the right woman, so you're telling me over 1 million men have not found the right woman? Well, what does that mean? If over 1 million men, let's say since like in America it will be since 1969 with no fault divorce passing, are you telling me that over 1 million men since 1969 that have been, sent to the divorce system have not found the right woman? They will always lead with this so-called logical speak in the red pill community. Then they will say, wait a minute, guys, you didn't find the right one. So you tell me that woman that divorced that guy that had a two-family household, came in a suburban family, everything was so-called correct, that wasn't the right one. They still leave hope, man. A lot of men, with our circle, what we've been through, I've been telling guys for over years, men don't care about hope no more, man. Hope is a trap. Anything that has to do with emotion in the West for a man is a trap, you know. And and a lot of guys have given up on that. You talk about love to a guy might have see you pouring poison in his drink. You talk about respect, caring, heart, and honesty. Men don't care anymore because the price. I've been telling guys for a while. This is the first. You're from a different section. We from different cultures here, but this is the first time in the history of manhood, that when you look at a woman, you see risk. It was never like this. It used to be okay. That girl might turn me down or whatever, but now men look at women like it's like comparing a woman to a burglar. Like guys are looking at women the same category as they look at risk evasion, risk aversion. And that's why I think the black pill was ahead of everything. Oh, they're using, and I was telling guys, the black pill will be mainstream, but it can't be mainstream whole. The world will be gray before it's black. You know, they can't accept the black pill and whole. It will be gray. And now the women are talking about, I don't know, you've been on more streams than me where they will talk about that. The women are saying, how do we find a guy in the wild? That was a black pill talking point. That was a black pill term before it hit mainstream. Trying to get with a woman in the wild. Every talking point from the black pill community is now mainstream, but because it's gray, What a black pill is all about, dude. We just analyze the math and the law. They still keep emotion. They're telling guys, you got to step up to a woman in the wild, with respect and honor and all this and crap. They still keep the hope there. We were telling guys, yo, man, whether you're in the wild or whether you're on the apps, you know, it ain't gonna end well. You know what I'm saying? Because I've seen it as a guy who was a bouncer at the clubs. I would see women they would come to the bar to just get a physical ego boost. You know what I'm saying? They get attention from the guys in the physical realm of the bar. Then they tender their guy. They order a guy on Tinder like a pizza.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Getting
You
a
know what I
date
mean?
with a chat is just 2 swipes away for these people.
Oh yeah, yeah. And bro, I was talking to one of the homies, and I was telling him, man, I gotta do a new stream, the minimum population. I touched on that like 2 years ago, but dude, they're running out of chats, man. One problem that happened in the 2010s, a lot of guys don't talk about, is that, with the push of I'll just say birdism, burdenism. I don't know if, it's your stream. I don't want to put it on risk, so I might be coding things, but with what happened with all the push of, they pushed the narrative that a woman should be a girl mom. There's a shortage of men being born. As in Gen Z, if you look up the math, I don't know if the math is available, but less men have been born in the 2010s than ever before. They were openly telling women to, if you have a son in the womb, turn it to a tomb. If you have a daughter, you keep that a garden. You get where I'm going? You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
They were openly telling them, bro, if you have a son, that womb better be a tomb, you know, or a graveyard. But if you have a daughter, keep it. And it was being promoted on both sides. For example, BLM, Black Lives Matter, they had it on their website openly promoting that, yes, you should erase the sons. You know what I'm saying? Keep the daughters. We need more daughters. That's how we beat patriarchy. There will literally be a shortage. And I said this years ago, bro. You can mark my words. You were there. Some people were there where I said, dude, guys
hold
that are
on. Hold
millennial.
on. Mercer said something similar. He said something like, there is actually, it sounds ridiculous, but he said there is a shortage of black dudes because half of them are killed in gang wars, other half is in jail. He said that. Is that correct?
That the black pill, that I know what happened is you saying, did you say black men or black pill?
No,
The audio went off.
like black dudes are not really like dating that much because like they are either in the gang wars occupied with that or
That. Let me give you let me give you a rebuttal on that. Well, the black dudes, I used to say this on the streams because they've trained a lot of guys. Well, in America, if you're white, don't listen to the blacks. If you're black, like our issues are different. But the truth is, dude, since the 2000s, black dudes have not been having children by over 40%. So the black men walked away from their women, their crop of women by over 40%. That was the 2000s. It ain't gang war or nothing like that, but over 40%, be it because they're not thug or whatever, over 40% of black men stepped away. And that was the 2000 numbers. By now, it should be over 60%. You know, then the white population finds out because there's a delay between the black population of men and the white population because of the wealth gap and legal representation. You know what I'm saying? For example, let's say you met a can or a black dude. Let's just say you're black in America. Let's say I'm a white guy in America where I'm like, man, most of the court system guys look like me, so it won't touch me. You get what I'm saying? There's a delusion of there's no way this will get to us, because I'm connected to the political system. But then it happens. Now what happened to, give me a minute. God damn. My bad on that. From ambulance fast five. But yeah, what happened is, bro, the white guys in America are going through what the black guys. The black women since the 90s in 2000 was saying black men ain't shit. Now in the 2010s, they're basically telling white men, they use men, the default. They say all men are predators and
Today's the first day of
dangerous.
school for you
They're
kids.
worthless. They're basically now the white men are going through what the black men went through in the 90s and 2000s, where every woman of your creed was saying we were worthless and we were trash. So now it's happening to the whites. So there's like a time gap between when it hits the white guys versus when it hits the black guys due to political representation, wealth, economics, and the whole nine. So that's what's happened. But now we're kind of synchronizing where a lot of white guys and black guys have all realized that, dude, man, there's nothing here for you, man. You know, and I think the women, and I've been predicting this for a while, the women are gonna lose their minds because what's happening, and I said this, you've seen my content now. I usually say full-time ghosting because men are at the point now that's all you can do. Men can no longer correct, have a standard, set anything. You telling a woman how she should behave could be seen as a crime. For example, let's say Medican, you met a woman and you're like, you know what? I just don't like my woman wearing these revealing clothing when we're outside. You know, I just believe that's for, us. We're intimate. We should be, that should be between us now. That's what she gonna say. She gonna say, "Oh, you're trying to control me. You're trying to force your narrative on me and how I should dress." So a lot of men are at the point now where any sign that a woman gives that you would have to correct her, that's when you ghost. That's why a lot of women now, even the Chads, are ghosting. Because I was talking to one of the homies, the homie Gold Pillar. I was talking to him, and I told him this. Chad goes through a growth spurt. Chad was not always Chad. Some guys were in their friends group. They were the shortest guy, or they weren't the tallest guy. Then they had a growth spurt. You know, so now they're in the Chad position from a physical standpoint, but from the mental standpoint they're still where their friends are. Their friends that stayed, let's say 5'7", 5'9". So their mind still aligns to these guys. So when these guys are telling them stuff, they're like, man, I am taller and all that, but these guys are my leaders. You've seen the movies where the short guy's the leader of the tall guy, and a lot of people think
Absolutely.
this is just a cartoon. But really, bro, that short guy
It's
was
real.
he
It's real.
was the real.
Hostage. Even when I was like 10 years old, and I saw how my classmates Foyt were chasing the tallest dudes, and I always was like fully aware of that and jealous. And when I mentioned this, everybody called me crazy and retard. So I had to keep this to myself for good 20 years until I found Black Pill content, and then I realized, here is the collection of anecdotes similar to me, so I can't be crazy.
Mm. Oh wow, that's deep, man. Yeah, I mean that's why I think that's why they infiltrated the black pill, man. I think the black pill was on the path of. That's why I had to keep updating it with some of the friends. We're now on Black Pill 5.0. The reason I kept updating it is that it's the only way
Yes.
to distinguish ourselves from
Yes,
the
you are.
from the
I really
infiltrators.
like how you put this distinguishing versions number behind it, because people then don't aware like 1.0 started with people like Barracuda and all these creators good 20 years back, right? 25 years back.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Way back, I think it was way. My knowledge ain't 100%. You know what I'm saying? But I think to me, Black Pill. I'll give you an example because anyone's watching. I'm gonna give because some people may think, oh, you're just trying to control the Black Pill and you're trying to just take over. No, there was here. I'm gonna give you Black Pill 1.0. Black Pill 1.0 would say looks, money, status. It sounds good, but that doesn't make sense. Now, Black Pill 2.0, where we fixed it, it's looks, status, money. It's organized based on what the women will interact with. You know what I'm saying? From a standpoint of the most easily accessible. There's no way that a woman will access a man with money, more men with money than men with status. It's kind of like, that's what I would see when I was on the Black Pill live streams where guys would say, you know what, man, even the manager at Dunkin' Donuts, because of his status, gets the women. And you're like, okay, bro, you're right about that. Then they would say, but, women only care about money. No, that doesn't make sense. If we're basing this on how they truly interact and what they have access to mathematical evidence, then the math points to the women would have far more access to men with status than money. So Black Pill 1.0 would say looks, money, stats. Black Pill 2.0 would say looks, status, money. Because a guy with money, and I'm speaking from experience. I was a bouncer. I was security for Bono. It was at like a private bar, dude. He rented the whole bar, and that must have been one. That must have been like 90,000 for that one night. He rented the whole bar, and guess what? Guess what, Medican? Only people that were invited were allowed. And so, how can women have access to all these millionaires if they have to be invited? You know, that makes no sense that you would put money before status. Money does not come before status when it comes to women. Even the bars, like I'll give you an example, Medicant. When the bars say ladies, women free for entry, the bars said that. The bars set up that it's going to be free for them. So this facility with its money says you women free to enter until like 12 a.m. So the women reacted to that, the commands of the place with money. Places with money give commands. You know what I'm saying? Dudes with status, the women can easily access it's too easy. She can bump into a manager of Starbucks, or a manager of like a Amazon or whatever. That's the most easily accessible men. The men with money, I've been around dudes with money, man. Dudes with millions that will tell you, yeah, bro, we made a call. The guys with money order the women like pizza, man. We made a call. We let it be known where we're gonna be at. We host this private event. You want to get in contact with us? The guys set the score, man. They set the rules. The women don't set the rules. That's why when I was in Black Pill conversations and Black Pill 1.0, where guys are like, the women choose. The women decide who they access. No, they don't. Once a man has a certain amount of money, the man can point, the man make orders, and they're hard to reach. How can a woman, bro, Medican, how can a woman, let's say she's in the middle class, reach a guy having a private yacht party, what I'm saying, amongst the upper class? How can she reach them unless he has an invitation? You know? Go on, bro.
Well, the whole inflation is stronger than that. There you have like celebrities dating broke Stacy's sometimes. Civilians and stuff like that.
Well, I mean, with the dating thing, I think we've watered that down. Dude, he's just out with it's kind of like a lot of these women that are sleeping around saying they've dated a lot of men. No, you have a date. There's intention. You get to know that person and so on. They just went out, one night stands. They've co-opted a lot of words we used to have, like one night stand. She slept with the guy. Is her sleeping with a dude with a one night stand a date? Women have now added all their sexual interactions that mean nothing. Like one night stands, just sleeping with a random dude as a date. That's not a date. For her to cover up the whorish activity, she now has to deem she's been on dates here, dates that, no, she was just she slept with 5 guys in New York. She slept with 3 guys in Chicago. She slept with a guy in Australia. These are not dates. These are literally just, one night
chat tourism, bro. That's fucking chats of different cultures. Have you heard about that?
And the chat tour. Oh yeah, dude, you brought it back. Now remember, there's a shortage of chats, man. A lot of guys don't understand that there is a shortage of chads, and I think there's a shortage of
okay.
Chads.
I tell you how this makes sense, because it sounds insane, but it makes only sense because there is a huge surplus of hags and grannies and they somewhat still want to be surrounded by Chad, and that's where is that this consensus. But let me tell you, there is surplus of young men, including Chads, and because there is a shortage of young females, there will never be a shortage of Chads. Okay.
Why not? No, brother. I gotta tell you, bro. The update. No, there's a shortage of Chads. You're an example of guys flying. The Chads are flying too. What I was trying to say earlier is that, Chads have friends. If, let's say, I'm in that height spectrum. I'm in the rare 1%. I'm 6'7", but I wasn't always that. The thing I'm telling you is the majority of Chad's friends are below 6 foot, 6'1". So if a lot of guys his height now, his friends are flying, it used to be, what you said over 20 years ago, it used to be when you don't get a date, guys would be, oh man, something's wrong, bro. They would just stay here and lollygag in their domestic country. But now Chad is seeing, my best friends are flying, that passport bros thing that's been going on. They're flying. I want to hang with my friends. And then I'm seeing Chad sacrifice. Dude, Tom Brady. I'm in America. The Chad sacrificing has been too extreme. Even the Chads are walking away, bro. A lot of guys, because we've been trained on the emotion, the jealousy and this and that. To me, we black pilled. It's about the math. The Chads are walking away as well, man. The Chads are seeing that they've been lined up to be sacrificed. Like the amount, I'll give you an example. There's a football player called, I forget my man's name, but he was a quarterback for the Bears. And guess what his wife said? She said he's too good of a husband. He's retired. He spends times with the kids. He's too good of a husband. And she was all online. Then the amount of men being sacrificed all online. You can't go to TikTok without seeing women sacrificing men. You know what I'm saying? The stories of, oh, he was 6'5". The Chads have now found out that, dude, you're not immortal. You're not Hulk Hogan in the 80s, bro. The Chads are not running wild like they used to, like in the 90s. The Chads have realized that the women are also preying on the Chads as she said, the women are using them as examples too, where she'll say, I left the Chad because I deserved better. They're sacrificing the Chads for their egos as well, because that's how poisoned the female mind has gone since the 2010s. Dude, we were there. As guys in the manosphere, we saw first row, the M2, where they were openly sacrificing dudes at jobs. And we're in the second, how you got third wave, ephemism, whatever.
Yeah.
We're in the second wave of the Me Too. I mean, the M2, bro. My apologies. The M2. And what happened in 2020s, it became, no, it's not just at the job. It's everywhere. Men everywhere need to pay for their disrespect. Dude, so the Chads are no longer feeling that immortality anymore, that power of, I'm 6'5", I just hug her, kiss her, slept with her. They're now, chicks are pulling out their phones on them. Dude, they're being sacrificed. Every man, men are synchronizing. I've been saying this for over 2 years, that men are synchronizing whether they want to or not. The Chads it's no longer the key to open all doors anymore. The guys are all walking away. And then the women that are younger, like I said, the Gen Z and Gen Alphas, they have a shortage. If let's say this, for example, bro, if less than 1% of guys, let's say less than 5% of guys will be 6'1" and above. So now you have a whole country all over since the 2010s been telling women, your womb better be attuned for the males and the boys and they're having. That means there's a shortage. Then the guys that are Chads around our age, millennials or late Gen Zers or Gen Xers, they're no longer dealing with the women here, bro. That passport bros thing, CNN did a video on it. It's super mainstream for men to fly. It's become a major talking point of guys now, where guys are saying, dude, I just take a flight. The women here, and I've been saying this for over 5 years that the women in America and in the West can only travel to countries that legally reflect this place. The women are running out of choices, bro. Go on, my bad. Interrupt.
No, no, but I'm not. Yeah, makes sense what you said. It's just running out of choices. If we look at the demographic charts, then we see a huge surplus of men in our age. And if you say that maybe 10% are Chads, it's still a huge surplus. And you know, one Chad can smash 5 foids. No cap. So, yeah.
Right, but here's the problem with that, bro. The Chads are also, I look at it like this. You've been to the hospital where you just wait in line, or you've been somewhere waiting in line. A lot of women now are waiting in line, accessing Chad like they used to, let's say the 2000s, let's say 2000, before 2000, before the M2 situation. Accessing Chad used to be snap of a finger, but now every Stacy or Shakita, whatever, they're all on hunting the same guy. Chad
Yes.
has become kind of like he's scheduled. But here's the other thing: a lot of guys aren't adding up. This is where I tell people when it comes to Black Pill 5.0, use your math. The Chads get tired of the same food as well. One Chad will taste and they'll share with another Chad, and that Chad will say, you know what, man, I'm not even interested in trying her out. You know, the Chads are giving these women one tries. Like they'll hit it once and never. And we're talking multiple. There's, just like we have a network in the manosphere, us guys, the Chads have a network too, and they're sharing information and saying, dude, it's not worth it. Then you add in the fact that the STD rate and the obesity rate of all women in the West has increased. The Chads, you see all these chicks, as I call them, buffalo built, you know, piglet built, you know what I'm saying, or hippo built. You see all the surplus of whale built, you know what I'm saying,
Big time.
WBW, well
Yes.
built woman, It's
Yeah.
like a massive increase, bro. So what do the Chads have to choose from? Plus, the Chads got all their homies and videos, bro. It ain't like the old days. The Passport Bros are literally showing you could have celebrity level parties where you're popping bottles and just endless array of beautiful women. CNN recently did some interviews on it, bro. It's gone mainstream. There's a collision. I've told people the red pill is dead. The narrative that men need to change laws here, find a good woman. The red pillars don't even realize that they're literally trying to push 1950s propaganda, the whole nuclear family, the one bed, and all that BS. It's garbage. The men now around us, like I said, the black pill has infiltrated, man. You can't avoid the black pill. I've been saying this since before 2020. It's everywhere. It's laced in every conversation. They just don't call it black pill. Like I remember I told guys that we will live in a time where men are dating what I call a no-term relationship, where men have no
Oh,
terms. And
hey, I
what
got some
happened?
service here.
Right on cue, a few years after I said
Always
it,
looking.
what are
Might
women
as well just
calling?
walk in and
They
help
call it the
yourself.
situationship, where the guy isn't, it's a situation where there is no term in that relationship. They might be together, they might not, they'll call each
That
other.
stuff really
We're in the
works.
point where the black pill permeates everything. And what's scaring a lot of people, why YouTube deleted deleted over 100 videos from me, deleted over 8K hours. They deleted over 80 videos on you, Medican, because what they were scared of is that like, for example, dude, I don't have a lot of subs. I never did. But what YouTube and all of them hated was, yo, this whole the truth hostage guy or this Medican, they're streaming 8 hours or whatever hours they're streaming, and people are watching over 10 to 25% of their 4 to 5 hour streams. Oh my God. Yes, their channels are small, but the fact that people are retaining this much information, they're a problem. Because how come, Medican and, Hold the Truth Hostage, these type of guys have, 1,000, 5,000, we don't have in the tens and 20s. but the amount of people watching and staying, you know what I'm saying? Then it's bleeding out where, dude, I don't know if it happened to you, but I literally caught a channel because people watch your YouTube channel on I think it's called, what is it, Anonymous or something? I was watching a channel, bro, with over 80,000 subs, literally say everything I said word for word. You know what I mean? They're watching our channels.
I
Then
am
their
moving for
subs are watching
290.
our channels. And what YouTube even tells you, this person's connected to his bigger channels watching your channel. They saw us as a threat because our content is bleeding into the subscribers of bigger channels. And they saw the dominoes effect. What if Metacan is infecting 50 subscribers of a bigger channel, then they request what Metacan is talking about. We were bleeding into the bigger channel, so they had to cut us. Like, dude, an interview I had with a bigger channel, I think Bulldog Mindset. It was over 2,000 views, whatever. Had a I had an interview with him. You know what I'm saying? They deleted that. You know, they saw what was coming. We smaller channels, and let's be honest, the bigger channels rob and steal from smaller channels. A lot of YouTubers have been exposed about that. They run out of content. And I've been telling people what they do is they watch black pill content and they sugarcoat. Like they'll talk about, oh, Medicare's right. There is, yeah, you go in the wild, there's higher risks. But guys, remember, you got to be able to approach the right woman. So they'll sugarcoat, they'll use pieces of our talking points to add to their content. That's why I told people the red pill is dead. Most red pillers nowadays, they're great. They can't make red pill content. You can't tell guys, go to the gym, bro. It's not your height, it's not your status, it's not your money. They can't do that no more. The black pill demolished that in the late 2010s and 2020s. They can't say that. They
Yes.
can't make red pill content. All the content in the manosphere is gray pill. It's most of it dabbles in the black pill, man. A red pillar can't look at Fresh and Fit, literally oozing math. They used to do nothing but say, guys, go to the gym, make your money right. Now they're literally oozing nothing more than what the black pill was all about, math. Like you, Medican, you don't even notice Medican. You just like without even trying, it's like programmed in you. It's become instinct where you're like, well, the math, the numbers hold the truth hostage. That's how we talk. We black pillars talk in math. And now everyone does. 80% of divorce, 15% of men no longer dating. They talk like black pillars, but they will rein it in and say, nope, guys, there's still love out there. You could find the right one. They can't fully commit. Anything less than 100%, you went black pill. And that's what's going on, bro. They're watching our content because they operate in the gray. I always told people if there's for example, Medicare, if there's a red pill and there's a blue pill, right? And if there's a red pill and a purple and a the purple pill when red pillars get married. So how come there's nothing between the black pill and the red pill? That's when I came in and said there's a gray. There's got to be a gray area between the red pill and the black pill. There has to be a middle ground, and no one wanted to admit that the gray pill exists where guys will take some information from the black pill and
Yeah.
still try to talk like
I
they're
like
red pill.
this idea of like great pill. Let's say you mix white pill with black pill because I'm actually a fan of certain white pill success stories or life fuel stories, and you can reach it often only by avoiding mistakes that you learn by black pill knowledge. But here's the deal. I'm because of the lingo, the keywords, the AI. I'm avoiding the word pill. Currently, the word
Oh
pill is
yeah, my
highly
bad, brother.
unfriendly. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, bro. You're right. My
And
bad on
so
that.
that's why I
I'll
named
say
my
per
that's why I named
prescription.
my
Oh,
channel Medical Coping. I use the word coping. It's very
mm,
neutral, bro. Very neutral word. Coping is so neutral. Nobody gonna try to, you know,
you're right,
us
brother. You're
canceling.
right. My bad on that. Bad. It should have been prescription.
Well, the
You
word
know, give
pill
you the
have a bad
prescription.
connotation, have bad reputation. Basically, the word pill have bad reputation. Basically,
Oh yeah. And I know, yeah, some guys were saying BP or my
yes,
bad on
yes.
that.
No.
You know, I
Don't
flip
worry.
it, but yeah, because the way I look at it is that, dude, we're in the age that we were predicting in the BP, whatever. I'll just say it was BP. We're predicting a BP community. Now I was kept telling guys, bro, it's over. We're in the over age. There is no more. Men will no longer like even. And you know what's funny about this Medican? The banks the banks came out, bro, and said we were right. They're literally marketing that by 2030, which is a lie, but they can't hide it completely. They said by 2030, 45% of women will be single. But that's a lie. The truth is, right now, as we stand, over 40% of women are single. By 2030, over 60% of women are single because women are messing with the math by saying they're dating men when they're sleeping around. They now, to counter the fact that they're alone, they're saying, wait a minute, that man, like I was telling a couple of talking points ago, they're now counting the men they slept with as dating and as a relationship, just to counter the narrative and the facts that they are alone. By 2030, bro, over 60% of women in America, in the West, because it's happening all over the West. One thing America has done, America is basically
And
the
done.
capital of the West. It ain't London, it isn't the UK. We are the capital. Spain, France, all of them based, they might go a little more extreme, Australia, but all of them are watching America. And even the East, like we've seen with China, South Korea, one problem we got in the manosphere is everybody's talking about the West, America. We don't talk
Yes,
about the
well then
fact
declare
that
XJ-2
other
to a
countries
complete
have been
success. We'll
Americanized
have the
and are
rest of the unit
chasing.
serving the public
The
in no time.
East is chasing the West. This is why South Korea is literally their population is in the red zone, below 1.2%. Australia below
Really, sir?
1.6%. You know what I'm
Goodbye,
saying?
Sergeant Belly.
Italy, Italy's
I'll have
literally
something
going
special.
extinct, because America's the beacon, and by the prediction that by 2030, bro, 2030, they say 45%, because they gotta leave hope that it's below 50%. Below 50% is a very nice number. Men, they're not as scared of, oh, it's only 40%, it's only 45. It's not like it's 50%. 50% is a scarier number because 50-50 chance. But the truth is, by
Pass the ticket.
2030, over 60% of women in America will be alone, not single. The word they use, single, means there's choice. You know, over 60% of women by 2030 will be alone. The men are walking, you know, are completely, the women in America, I used to tell guys this, they no longer exist as an option. Once men deem you don't exist as an option, you're just, you don't even exist. Like, haven't you noticed a lot of women making videos where the men just walk around or walk past us? You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't exist.
I feel better already.
A lot of dudes, man, told me I was crazy a couple years ago when I said that. Yeah, man, the women don't exist anymore. We're just gonna walk.
Now, if
We're just
that's the
gonna live our
scenario, then
lives, bro.
Chad kind of ignores some kind of Karen,
Yeah,
and she have outburst.
yeah, she snapped. But dude, even because guys are so focused, like locked in on Chad, is the women no longer have orbiters, man. The orbiters are gone. You don't get it. Her support structure while waiting for Chad is gone. A lot of guys then look at this like the animal kingdom. Let's consider the orbiters. They're orbiting around the women. They're basically the support structure for the women while they wait for their interaction with Chads. The orbiters are leaving, man. Many faces of the passport bros are regular, average guys, overweight, short, whatever you want to call it, old. They're
Yeah,
regular orbiters. and the orbiters are gone around the women. What happens when the attention from the orbiters is gone? The woman can no longer deny the fact that they're alone. The orbiters are gone. Women are literally making videos where they say, I wish a guy would simp for me. The orbiters are gone, bro. We were so locked in. So many men are locked in on the manosphere that, oh man, the orbiters are just, they're waiting for their chance. We don't look at the fact that they're part of the ecosystem to keep the women feeling better. It's like an ego boost. Well, they're gone. The ego boost would keep her delusions in check. It would keep her delusional world alive that men want her. She can still have whoever she wants because the guys orbiting her are saying, I want to be your husband. I could see her starting a family. It's keeping her mind this illusion alive that she can still start a family while she's being banged, ping pong by Chad. You know what I'm saying? That's gone. The women just come home, bro, and that's if they even get access to Chad. You gotta remember that Chad is ordering the women on Tinder, like, just as they are. But here's the problem. The women even swiping on Tinder, the guys are like, you either come to me or I'm not. The guys aren't even coming. You either come to me or I'm not going anywhere. You know what I'm saying? Or I'm not interested in you. You're too old. Like the women reach a certain age where Chad is like, oh, you're 28. You got to come to me. I'm not coming to you. They reach a certain age or they've been ping ponged enough to where Chad is no longer interested, bro. We're so locked. So many guys are locked in on the orbiter, the anti-Chad equation, where everything is blamed on the guys that are less than 5%. Dude, they didn't make this decision, bro. The orbiters are gone and the women are going insane. The guys are completely walking as though the women don't exist. And then, bro, here's the ultimate thing, Medican. This is where any man watching this stream will get it. Other men are joking around. You know how us guys are. We joke around and are laughing at other guys. The passport bros are going viral, laughing at other men trying to date in a domestic country. We men, if we can't save each other through through kindness, we will shame and joke at each other. Look at this idiot buying her flowers and you know what I'm saying? Not even knowing that she's being ping ponged by another dude. Guys are openly comedically hostile to other men that are trying to so-called have a successful relationship here, which is reining the guys here to reality. Dude, the women are running out of orbiters. And then, you know, I don't want to. I don't know if you want to say something quick. I don't want to be over rambling.
I'm just waiting for some conclusion. Women are running out of orbiters, but how? Because if that was the case, then I would probably have easy time to find GF in Gulag. Why do I have to C-Max?
No.
Like, yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, go on, bro. My bad.
No,
tell me. Well, here's the thing, bro. They're waiting for Chad. Remember, they're going around drinking. The problem with a lot of talking points on women is we're talking as though they're stable. I would always tell guys it's the biggest problem men have in the West if we've been trained to add our thinking process to the women. Dude, the women are going into the bars. They're going out with each other, just drinking. It's been said since the 2010s that the women in America are drinking more than the men. They're getting thrashed. They're drinking. They're just gaining weight. Becoming less attractive, and they're waiting for Chad. They're saying they're waiting for Chad as a way to basically deny the fact that they're alone, bro. They're waiting, but the answers aren't there, bro. There are no men coming to save them, bro. They're just alone waiting, and they're getting drunk. And even if the orbiters are gone, you know what I'm saying? That don't mean the regular guy's gonna have a chance because guess what? That doesn't help their ego. The internet is keeping the women in check. How dare she show that she's dating a guy that's 5'7" and consider herself successful. Women since the 2010s have been cannibalized of any access of morality. Remember, Medican, how many of them have, let me try to use a better word. How many of them, let me use a better word, how many of them have erased the baby wipes? My bad, erased the wipes. I don't know. I don't know the right term, but how many of them walk around with they Call of Duty something growing in them? You know what I'm saying? That's a better term. They Call of Duty to how many things growing in them? How many of them got bodies that have been, Call of Duty from within? So they're not psychologically there, bro. The problem we got in the manosphere is too many men are applying. Like me and you, Medican, if we met up, we got a mission. We know how much we're gonna drink. We know what we're gonna do. We have a mission. The women don't operate like that. They just go around, get drunk. And as a guy, as a former bouncer, the women I know they used to have little pieces of liquor in their purse. They would get drunk even before they come to the bar. Dude, the women are the biggest copers now. They're literally drinking themselves. They're on prescriptions. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be surprised if out of 10 women, 6 to 7 are on prescribed medicine, for not your regular medicine. We're talking about depression. We're talking about mental illness and all that crap. They're not mentally there, bro. And as they age, as they get older, they get fatter, they get more weight on them. They are no longer appealing to Chads anymore. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them are just walking around, bro, with nothing to do. And they're just getting more desperate and more desperate. The women content is ratcheting up. They're getting more desperate.
You have a surplus of old females, and they're gonna be eventually settled down for this. It's called silver fox or something like that, like old chat. I forget the name right now. Something silver. Basically, you have also a very, very big surplus of old men, and some of these old men are actually chats, by the way. They're gonna be dating those 45 MILFs, 45 years old, 50 kind of MILFs. I'm talking about Stacy. But old Stacy became a MILF, basically. And old Chad became that silver fox, okay? And they're gonna find a way to each other, okay? Because of
here's the thing
cyberspace allowed. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Here's the thing about that, Medican. The 20s, the older women, like I said, there's a surplus of women that were born. A lot of the women, like right now in America, I think a guy named Shannon Sharp, former athlete, is in trouble with only a OF model that's like 21. But dude, there's a surplus of Gen Zers going after the millennials. The older women, it's the natural order is gone. We're at the point where I'm saying the younger women are going after the older dudes, man. And it's where I kept telling guys this, bro. We're heading back.
This sounds like this doesn't correspond with reality because even older women likes to chase young chads, and at the same time, young chad is capable of getting his standards so brutally down. He gonna date some MILF.
Oh yeah, no, dude. Even the single, the MILFs are not being hit anymore, dude. What's happening is, man, we got to remember, with the internet age, things have changed so fast. The repercussions of M2 that happened, bro. The repercussions of all this and the rapid amount, like we men were surrounded. You know what I'm saying? The amount of hatred we were getting from me, the M2, the believe all birds, what I'm saying? Believe all birds and, all the stuff, the constant videos, men ain't nothing, they're trash. Like, you know what I mean? The amount of attacks we've been gotten, the women aren't even loyal to each other anyway. The young women are coming after the older women's men. And the older women are leaving their men thinking they've done the right choice. We're in a situation where, bro, the older Stacy's or whatever, which you're talking Melsart, they're now chasing and begging men, bro. It's at that point. It's so just as they had their heyday with the M2s coming, the Passport Bros is now mainstream. The biggest talking point guys, they're in the manosphere. I won't say his full name, but let's just say Andrew Great. Andrew Great's side effect, the side effect of him and Kevin Samuels, bro, and the constant amount of YouTube channels I see with hundreds of thousands of subs, hundreds of thousands of views that are talking, it's a mixture of the red and the black prescription, whatever. But what's happening now, bro, is they're running out, man. There's a massive shortage, man. The
I have
Chads
a
are
question
taking
for you.
flight.
I have a question. Would you say that this is very hypothetical, almost abstract, but
Go on, bro.
would you call geomaxers MGTOWs?
Well, no, I would say
because but first of all they were sent their own way, but then they realized going their own way as a geomaxer is also maybe a part of MGTOW, you see. I'm not sure, by the way, because I don't know, 10 years ago I used to think I'm a MGTOW, and until I figure out I'm just a location cell, but because somebody, our viewer Nero said you sound like MGTOW, so it's just maybe you have something like maybe defend yourself, or maybe like
well, I'll tell you, bro. Dude, most guys taking flight. The problem with MGTOW, I was a part of that group, bro. I was I was on the Reddit side. I started realizing that I was part of the black prescription. That we can't, I started realizing I'm part of black prescription because I would tell guys on MGTOW where I'm like, dude, I have a slogan. It's a very simple slogan. You heard me say multiple years now. Volunteers can't be victims. You knew the law. A lot of guys, I remember when the black prescription guys told me, yo, man, they were sent their way. And I was like, whoa, man, this is deep. Yeah, you gave her everything. Remember MGTOW 101, he had a channel where he said, yo, I built her a house. I gave her all this. Yes, you did it. You built this. You volunteered for this. You knew of the laws. You know what I'm saying? A lot of guys on the MGTOW sector, if it takes the women, like one of the biggest issues in MGTOW is you would hear MGTOW say, you got to avoid all women. And I'm like, how? Dude, we work with them. We got family. Why is your life wrapped around this false narrative that we got to avoid women, bro? The law is the law, man. And I think MGTOW, one of the big problems why it fell apart in the long run is that the narrative is built on the fact that a lot of guys can't accept where they volunteered. You volunteered to buy her a big house. You volunteered to marry without a prenup. You did a lot of volunteering work. And when you lost everything, you couldn't accept and take accountability. I've been saying this in the manosphere. As much as the men want to talk, the women aren't accountable, dude. The women are not as less unaccountable as the men. You got a bunch of men wifing up these women with with the legal system being what it is. You hear them crying about, I lost 30 grand on the wedding. Dude, you volunteered to spend 30 grand. She did not hold you hostage, and you were not forced to do any of this. The reason MGTOW lost a lot of its appeal to a lot of men is it was centered around the women, and it's centered around the fact that a lot of men just can't accept where they failed. You know what I'm saying? Where they volunteered and put their emotions.
I remember.
There's no way I'm opening that door until the area is clear of these killer robots.
Before I went to Thailand, I remember I had this phase. I was still undecisive and couldn't find reasons. And I had you as a guest. But remember how we tested Odyssey platform?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Way back. You said, yeah, fucking 5 years. I lost that at Odyssey they nuked me, but for different reasons.
Oh,
Not,
yeah.
because of movies, whatever.
God damn,
Basically, I
man.
remember how you said. I remember how you said, "Oh, American pussy is global, not local," and that hit me to the core.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro, you said it, bro. Pussy is global. You know, and I remember that scream. There was a couple guys that were kind of against it, saying you're
It was
coping,
wild.
you're
It
hoping,
was wild
because they've been
because
so.
yeah, I
Oh, go on.
remember how our
Yeah, brother.
German friend was interrupting you too much, and I kind of felt not sorry for you, but like they treated you, they interrupted you too much. I remember. Yeah. You had good ideas to tell, but I had autistic guest. This is something I admit, by the way. But yeah, that was
Oh
5 years ago.
yeah, it happened. Oh yeah, but that's why I was telling bro, I'm on your stream. I gotta be respectful, man. And what I'm saying, and the things I'm saying, man, it scares guys. It scares. Like I tell people this, I openly tell people I have more experience. I have over 20 years of simping experience. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
of
If
course.
you do if yeah, we're honest with it, and then a couple years we've learned to avoid it. But a lot of guys have been trained that you know the manhood has been stripped out of them. Dude, if I have a son in Bulgaria, that's still my son. You know what I'm saying? I still had it, but we've been trained that if you do not have children in your country, it doesn't count and you're a failure because because the only time us men going overseas matters is if we're going to war. If me and Medican went overseas to fight for our country, oh man, you guys are amazing. But if we went overseas to start a family and do what we gotta do, oh, you guys ran away. You guys were cowards. You didn't want us. You didn't want to find the right woman here, bro. Man, we've been trained to sacrifice. Like one of the biggest talking points in the red prescription you would hear is they would say, you know what? Oh, good times breed weak men. Hard times breed strong men. We literally live in a country where they say we men should not have an easy life. We shouldn't, they say hard times are the only life we should pursue because it makes us strong. While we ignore that, Bill Gates had a good time. He became a millionaire, a billionaire. Elon Musk, billionaire, millionaire. Zuck, billionaire, millionaire. You know, it's always against the average man. They put the burden that we must suffer. You know what I'm saying? We must suffer while the people that were running the world, they were running the world. I mean, the boomers, where I'm from, they were running the country after World War II. If hard times breed such strong and smart men, then how come we got no fault of force built on the back of the boomers? I thought hard times made the strongest and smartest. They don't. We've been raised to suffer, man. Our whole life as men in the West is built on the pursuit of suffering. Think about it. You got to have a wedding. You were raised to have a wedding. Spend 20 grand in one day. I know some guys that told me, yo, hold the truth hostage, man. I dropped over 10 grand for that wedding. And I invited all these strangers that I don't know. I literally started in debt. And I'm looking at them like, this is stupid. So you're telling me you pursue debt? Like your goal to start your marriage and your relationship is debt. It's dumb. If you look at the West and how it's set up, where, oh man, the poor are chasing the rich. Like marriage, bro. You're more historian than me. Marriage was with the rich and wealthy. They would have one big, massive party. Then they convince the poor to pursue the same thing. Dude, the West is a mental trap for men. Everything they tell us to do is designed for us to pursue suffering and strength and reward. You know what I'm saying? But men have woken up, man. Men have realized, bro, I want to have kids. It ain't here. I can still work. I'm still making my money in the West. I'm still a part of the economics. I'm still working. But me having a family in Bulgaria, Brazil, Thailand, wherever, that's of my choosing, bro. That's still my children. It don't matter. It's not like the West is gonna help me take care of my kids, even when I'm in the West. I can name so many broken households where the government was like, just deal with it, man. Just pay your child support. You might go to jail, be backed up on child support, but we don't care, dude, man. The like I said, the world, Vag is global, bro. Everything we want is in the world. You know, they've just trained us to not look away. I mean, how come Nestle and all these other companies have businesses overseas, but as soon as me and you, American, say, you know what, I think I'm gonna start my family in Dominica. You know, you met a cam. I said, you know, I saw a chicken ball get you know, what I'm saying Mongolia that I love. You know, I want to start a family in Mongolia. I'll be, oh, word, go for it, bro. But they've trained us men to find guilt. They've trained us running from the system for the solutions. Any solution we seek outside of our
In my
suffering is
location,
wrong.
if you say that you want to go to certain country to start certain whatever, first thing first, they're gonna accuse you of being traitor to some kind of
Mm.
ideas, whatever. And second of all, they're gonna accuse you of being some kind of pervert. Yeah.
Look at that.
So this
Look at
is what you can expect, which is insane.
that.
There is no sympathies towards the situation that a dude just wants to like cohabitate in peace with in good environment, and the locals not gonna give it to you, you know.
Well, and you know what's funny? What you said, they called you sick, but it's not sick that your government has created a scenario where you can't be a man and start a family. Like I would always tell people, and when I was in the black prescription, they would guys would always tell me that I was crazy when I told them, dude, man, we're men. You're in a country where it's illegal to be a man. You know what I'm saying? The court system
Oh,
here, the family court, bro, it doesn't care. I'll ask you something, Medican. When did you see a divorce filing say, well, he's 6'7"? He's 6'9"? Like, he should get a reduced alimony for just being a Chad. Dude, Chad is not included in the law. It doesn't help you when you're a man. That's why I told people, I'll tell guys, bro, the women are delusional because the system tells them whether they're fat, obese, overweight, STDs, they all get access to the same treatment. The government is on their side. You know, Yeah, go on, bro.
well, you keep saying full time, something like full time ghosting is the only way to go, or something like that. Isn't you mean like
Oh,
NEET?
yeah, yeah, well,
NEET? That you mean that's the same, right?
that no, no. Well, full time ghosting. The way I look at it is, men have to live in the West. You gotta live by these rules. Zero liabilities. And what I mean by that is you can't really live with this approach. You can't live with a woman because if you were to live with her, let's say you got a girlfriend or whatever, she could literally affect how you move on. You know what I'm saying? You can't really leave the house when you're ready. Then the potential issues that could come with her, you can't have liabilities. You know what I'm saying? And then you can't apply, you got to have zero emotions when making your decisions. You can't fall for this love and all this. I've seen some, I've been around some beautiful women. I've talked to some of them, but I already know, man, you can't set any standards or anything. You can't set any rules at all because you're a man. And the way full time ghosting is that we have to move with understanding that we cannot be, we can't follow anything the system wants, man. We have to understand we're a target. As soon as you were born a man, there was a target placed on you, man. And the system, the way I got to the full time ghosting is I was thinking about the movie Casper the Friendly Ghost. It sounds funny, but I was thinking about that movie and I'm like, man, that whole movie was about a girl trying to turn him to a human being. You know what I'm saying? So she can finally access him and affect him. And I look at it like this: if we're full time ghosts, we don't operate by anything society wants. So we just go to work. We even spending, like I'll give you a simple example, Medican. As a man, what's the point of trying to buy a house unless it's for business? What's the point of buying a big, 1 bedroom, 3 bedroom house when you're not starting a family? The only reason men bought big homes and big things were to start a family. Your house is about incubating your family. So, what's the point in buying so many huge, massive things when, bro, you're not starting a family here? You gotta understand, once you remove the family option out of here, everything becomes business. Like I'd buy a house strictly for business
I feel
reasons.
like
I
shit.
might try to make money off of it. Full time ghosting is operating with the understanding that your freedom is absolute, man. Nothing should tie you down. You know what I'm saying? You cannot set yourself up in a situation where you could end up a victim of the system. And when that happens, you understand, bro. I'll give you an example with the women. I could sleep with them. They can't know where I live. You know what I'm saying? I can't live with them. I have to be able to move at any time. I have to be free. My freedom is absolute priority.
I gotta stop
You know what I'm
smoking
saying?
this
Because I'll
crap.
give you an example, Medican. Let's say you lived in Russia. Let's say you lived in northern Russia, right? Let's say you lived in northern Russia and you get a job offer from the United Kingdom, right? But you have a house. You got a house in Russia and you're not married. That limits your ability to go chase after this
I
opportunity
feel
that's
like
far
shit.
bigger in the UK. There are a lot of men in America right now living the white picket fence house. They got a big house. They got all this stuff for a family, yet they're never going to have a damn family.
Alcohol is a
What's
bitch.
the point of living
Oh,
your life
I
around
see.
having a family when you won't? There's no
Yeah,
point, man. Even I'll
yeah,
give you an example, bro. Why buy? We saw what happened with Conan 19, bro. I was in the U.S. You couldn't move. They told us where you can't work and stuff. What's the point of chasing all this luxury in a country where you have no ability to be a man? You know what I'm saying? Oh, guess what? I'm driving a Benz. I'm driving a Benz in the prison. It's like being the guy in the prison with the most luxury. You're still in a jail, right? You know what I'm saying? So what's the point? What's the point of being a prisoner with the nicest shirt? I'm still in a jail. You are not allowed to be a man in the West. So give me a minute. Yeah,
yeah.
my
It's
bad.
like it's
Yeah,
like those old memes back in the days before COVID. Like
mhm.
in the West, you see a guy, you know, cabriolet Mercedes, and very very expensive, but he will be forever sitting there alone. He can't even negotiate a paid company. Yeah, go ahead.
Bro, you're in a prison, man. Like I remember talking to you, you were like, "Yo, man, I got some spot, Thailand, wherever you at." I'm like, "That's what it is." He's enjoying himself, and you know, he's enjoying himself and living that life. And the other, he's spending it and living where he's comfortable and allowed to be a man. That means you're spending within freedom. You're not free here, bro. Everything here is a minefield. You're a target. In the West, I kept telling guys this. Women born are government property in the West. There's no. I did a video years ago called "There's no such thing as a single woman." There is no such thing as a single woman when the government calls dibs. You know what I'm saying? The government literally told women, you go to a bar, you get drunk, you're not responsible because, you're a woman and we put you on this standard that this man's taking advantage of you. Even though you're an adult, you have choices, but in your case, you're the government's daughter and, child that you can't, you are taken advantage of. Like, dude, I'm a bouncer, bro. They tell us, I work security at the bars, bro. When guys, let me give you an example when a man's drunk. If that man fights another man, he's drunk. If that man can't walk in a bar, he's drunk. You know what I'm saying? But if that man is wobbling with a woman and they're both drunk, guess what? That man wasn't drunk. He's a predator. He's a predator enacting some super plan, even though he's literally drunk. You're in a country where you're not free. I told guys this, there's no such thing as a man not working in a country where the government has deemed that anything you say as a man, you will be held accountable. Even a homeless man, if a homeless man was to look at a woman and say, "Hey, man, you look beautiful today. Such a nice dress. She could say, oh my God, look, he's abusing me. He goes to jail. Everything a man operates in right now is where at work. And you know, at work, you can't say certain things to a woman. You can't compliment her. Dude, I'm at a job. Some chick look good. They try to say what they want to say, but I can't respond. Like, oh, you're looking good today. She'll say, does my outfit look right? I just say, you made your choice. You know how to dress yourself. You see how I had to tangle my way around not complimenting or saying anything. This is the fate of the man in the West, man. No such thing as freedom, and full-time ghosting is a simple rule, man. Your freedom is absolute. You know what I'm saying? Even when you're moving to other countries, I had to talk to one of the homies. He preferred a country, he had a preference. And I told him, dude, yes, you might love this country, but bro, the laws, we can't ignore the laws, man. We full-time ghosts, you got to keep moving. You're always pursuing your freedom. You know what I'm saying? For example, let's say I move to Brazil, and all of a sudden, oh, the Brazilian government is about to put no fault divorce. Well, I'm out. That's it, man. I'm gone. You can't you can't prioritize your preference. It's just like you over the law. That means you're just a simp. You're just simping overseas. Just like you could love a woman here, the simps here, we yell at them and say, "Oh, you love them, and you're willing to sacrifice your life for them." Well, if you love one country or the women over there, and you're willing to sacrifice your life for that, then you're doing the same thing you would do domestically overseas. You're ignoring the law. The full-time ghosting and why I went away from the black prescription is more is that, dude. Even a black prescription, you can't be black prescription overseas. There's certain countries where you're not even allowed to think, have your own opinion. Like if me and you, like if all three of us right now to go to China, bro, you think we could say anything about the country? You think we could even talk on a server and be like, yeah, man, I don't like the way our president is doing things here. Gone. You know what I'm saying? We've been called a
in 20 minutes thereafter, if you are in China and you say that about China. Yeah, anyway, I see Vastus joined. We are live. Thanks for joining.
Hey.
Bro. What's up, man?
I had a question. You made me think of something. This is something I haven't really seen. Like, have you guys seen somebody in China or in Japan, like not one of the SEA countries, just those two in particular? Have you seen anyone come on a server and say, "Hey, like I'm from Japan. I live in Japan"?
Oh,
like
not locals. The locals from Japan, China, almost never. But we have people who went there, kinda, or are there. But which?
Yeah, I mean like native locals. Like you never really see them.
Native locals never arrived in this. Yeah. And for some reason, also people from Poland are not here. Also people from Italy, Japan, basically.
Yeah, not even Poland. Not even Poland.
Yeah. Okay, Poland
maybe
has some.
Italy.
Poland have something. Poland have some forum running similar to ES. Something Bracia something. And basically, it's kind of like, I guess, MGTOW, let's say. But it's a huge forum, and I guess they are... So not many of these Polish guys speak English, so they kind of stick with... They stick with... Of course, I assume Hikakomoris must have some forums running, going on, that we will never be able... The language barrier in this case is insane, bro.
They have true self forums.
And other stuff. I keep modding a lot of software, and sometimes I arrive on some Russian servers, and what keeps me away, or pushed me away, or steer me away is the fact they are using Cyrillic Azbuka. I can't read that because I'm West Slav. We are using Latin.
Oh.
And this huge barrier makes me, basically Russians are typing something, and to me it looks like an alien, hieroglyphs, and this same way I see Chinese, Japanese, Korean. I can't read. Yeah, with Thai I also can't read, but in Thai I can speak a lot, so I have this advantage. Go ahead.
Uh, uh, I mean, way I look at that is that's why I told guys, man, you can't be when I broke down, I did a stream, I broke it down. I said the BP, you can only be that with freedom of speech. There are certain recipes
Say,
that
you know,
society
night
must have
night?
for you to
I
talk
guess it's been a
and,
while since I've given
express
my
yourself
vocal
freely.
cords
But
good
full-time
workouts.
ghosting, I could be, if I was in Russia, I could do that, because I'm moving in a certain way where I'm not here to talk anyway. I'm here to adapt and move and live a certain way that will allow me to keep moving. The thing is, there's a limit to the BP when you travel. Like I remember once a guy overseas called us from Australia on a stream, and he was like, "I want to tell my parents I'm BP and this." I'm like, "Bro, you do that. You're in Australia. That's even worse than here in the U.S. There's no freedom of speech in Australia. You say that, they're gonna put you in a psych ward. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the
Yeah,
talking
no,
points
yeah.
we do, bro. You endanger your life if you talk like we talk. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I would see guys, servers, or I knew dudes using multiple VPNs. I once chopped it up, got in contact with a dude. I think he was in Malaysia or India. He was talking to me. He was like, "Yo, hold the truth hostage. I'm trying to do this thing in India." And I'm like, "Oh, all right, word." I was thinking about what he's doing, and I looked at it the way he lives, and I'm like, "Bro, you need to pursue this, man. You could get this power here like that, because the way we're looking at things, once you start looking at things from a legal standpoint and from your perspective as a man, because I told guys this, and people try to joke at me, they're like, "Oh, you're doing all these prescriptions, you're insane or something." I'm like, "Bro, you literally wake up and count your life based on astrology, the stars. Oh my God, I'm a unicorn. I'm a Aries. I'm a Cancer. You base your life on some stupid stars, while I'm telling you base your life on your decisions as a man. Which one makes more sense? You looking up to the sky, saying, "You know what? I'm gonna be mad today because I'm an Aries," or me telling you this is how you deal with life as a man, and it's helped me out because certain guys will talk to me and I can literally pinpoint their prescription and know their limit. Like if I see a guy who's talking, "Oh man, man, I want to get married here, blah blah blah." I'm like, "Okay, so he's a red prescription." Well, man, another guy will tell me, "You know what, man? I've been I want to go overseas, but everywhere is like America." I'm like, "Oh, that's an orange prescription." That guy thinks everywhere is America. So of course he's gonna go to Canada. Of course he's gonna go to Australia. He's been brainwashed to believe that this is the world. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if y'all remember one of the guys on the BP, he passed away, you know what I'm saying? He took the last necktie, you know what I'm saying? He took that and he said, I've never been, overseas, but I know overseas everywhere we go as men, we're treated the same. And I'm like, wow. You know, a lot of people think when I was thinking of all this stuff, I wasn't looking at other men. I was studying my fellow man. And I saw what was going on. And I'm like, yo, the guy literally thought that the world is America. The delusion is
Yes,
insane.
yes,
He's lost his mind,
yes.
you
That's
know?
when I was young. I was thinking everything looks like. But I was stuck in Central Europe, and I was thinking the whole world looks like Central Europe. I was so stupid back then.
Yeah,
As a teenager,
yeah,
bro.
bro.
Yeah, yeah. Nobody could
Yeah,
describe to
well, you
me
were,
how the tropical air smells, or how all these
mm,
vegetables or animals in different locations exist, stuff like that.
mm,
Not
bro,
even talking about women, bro. Like I discovered yellow fever only
mm,
fucking 2017 or like sorry 19 almost. Yeah.
bro, you were free, man. They've trained us. It's like I was telling guys a couple when I was doing full time thing. I'm gonna give you an example of full time ghosting is this, man. Think about this. I'll give you an example. I'm raised in a Haitian family, whatever, But here's the thing: you weren't. That wasn't your choice. A lot of things we identify with our nationality, where we were born. But dude, a lot of that is not of your choice, and a lot of that in the bigger spectrum of things. If I'm in America, America isn't the world. It's like a big piece, it's a big continent on the earth, but it isn't the full world. Why would I limit my choices of women? Dude, it's like I'll tell people, and people think this is a joke. If an alien came to Earth, every man, the mass majority of men would be, damn, well, can we sleep with this alien? That would be the first few thoughts. We don't the technology wouldn't matter. It would have been, damn, can we will it be an alien we can sleep with? And then what can
Especially
it do
now.
to us?
Yeah.
Bro. Go on, brother. What you say?
No, I was just saying, especially now, like, yeah, they would think, like, do they have women with a pussy or whatever? Like, yeah.
You know what I mean? A tentacle. The thing is, dude, the narrative that, bro, our genetics, our genetics are that of I forget the word. It ain't wanderers. Our genetics are of people that just kept moving. Man did not say, "Yo, the deer's left. I'm just gonna stay here because I was born here. I love here." The
Yeah,
deer's.
yeah.
I'm not gonna follow them. No, dude, we follow wherever the opportunities. In this
You
country
know,
where I'm in, I make money, man. I can't sleep with the woman. I'm scared. I'm being honest with you, bro. I look at a child. I wanna have a kid, bro. But I look at it as, why would I breed a weapon? Like, kids are now in the West, they're the means to your destruction, bro. The danger of looking at my own son and understanding that, and here's the thing a lot of guys don't understand. In the West, you gotta understand, we are allowed. Let's say you're with a good woman, whatever, she's allowing you to experience her being good. It's allowance. You're not in a country where men are allowed to lead, so you're being allowed. Oh man, our first 5 years together were great because you were allowed to experience her being, submissive and caring for you. She allowed you to experience that. Now she's deciding not to allow. You know what I'm saying? You're living off an allowance. Most men in the West are in a relationship built on allowance. You know what I'm saying? Once she no longer allows you to experience a good wife and this and that, now all of a sudden you're on divorce court, you're paying child support, she wants more money because you, as a man, have chosen. Think about it. We grow up to live outside of our parents' supervision and allowance. Why the hell would I, as a man, choose to live under the supervision of a woman, choose to live under what she allows me to do, then say I'm still a man? The man in the West is the most state of delusion. That's why when guys would tell me, "Oh, the women are the most delusional," no, dude, you literally wifed up a woman where you are in the most risk. You are in the highest level of disadvantage, yet you're still gonna say, "I'm the man of the house. I'm the leader." Get the hell out of here, bro. You're insane, man. You're
uh,
insane, and that's how the West operates, man. Go on, bro.
I would say, yeah, even for hundreds of years, men, probably since Victorian culture and early European settlers in America, men were kind of lightly feminized. Like, it wasn't very obvious at first, but they're expected to be proper and prim, and they're expected to behave a certain way. And I think society, like settled societies, always lead to this. Like I think it's like the pre-Bronze Age people of Europe. They lived in longhouses. It was a matriarchal society. Do you guys know about this?
Hold on,
You know what
I'm
the long?
listening.
There's like an analogy of the longhouse, right? Have you heard this? It's like a meme. Like basically it describes a society where the women and the gerontocracy, like the old fuckers, like they just control everything. They despise everything about a youthful man, like conviction, like intellectual rigor, athleticism, beauty. Like they despise. Yeah, there's the chads and stuff, but that's the difference now. But even the chads, they're browbeaten by the women and the gerontocracy. Do you know what I mean?
Mhm. Well, I mean, the thing about this we gotta understand is, man, we do not live in a natural society. the
Yeah,
country
yeah.
went the country went against this. A lot of men in America think, oh, this changed in the 1900s. No, bro, this happened. And you know, when I wrote my book and I did some research, is that this happened in America. If you're in America in 1800, the Civil War was literally the government showing the women, you know, we can send your men to war. The government literally had historical evidence of how the British ended slavery in their country over 20 years. I think it was over 20 or 100 years. You know, my math is off, way before it happened in America. But the government was like, man, you know, we got independence, but what if one day the men here won't allow us to be corrupt? You ever had a friend where they're like, oh man, you know, man, they screwed us, man. They took the money, they made more money. They're just bad people. Then you realize, yo, he's just mad that he wasn't a part of it. A lot of a lot of the government in America weren't upset. They were a lot of the government here were upset that the British then cut them in on the money. You know what I'm saying? They even said, I think, in America during the War of Independence, I think it was Benjamin Franklin. Somebody could correct me if I'm wrong, but he went to negotiate with King James and said, you know, we'll come back. You could end this war and you know just work with us. You see, a lot of the people running the American government, dude, we gotta remember they were sent here by the UK, the kings and the queens. Some of them wanted this
Yeah, yeah.
independence out of, man, I don't gotta answer to the British no more. I could just be a governor, a president. I could have all the power right here. I no longer have to answer to some kings and queens. And they think about it, bro. 18, I tell people this, I use the word Medicano, I call it the government. That's what I call the United States government, is that why did they abolish? Think about this, bro. You know what I mean? You know, let me see yeah, I think your name is Vatsu. Think about
You
this,
could say
bro.
Vastus. Yeah.
Vastus, tell me this, Vastus, why would the American government make polygamy illegal when right after the church, when polygamy increases the population, brings in more money? How does polygamy hurt the government when it's not religious? Like, you know, religions out of nowhere will just change the rule. Oh, we can no longer eat bacon. You know what I'm saying? That's how
Yeah.
religions work. It's just a spiritual faith. Whatever what they're doing is not bound by any legal or scientifical means. It's just whoever their leaders are just wake up. Oh, I saw a beam of light in the sky and it told me don't eat pork, so they don't eat pork no more. You know what I'm saying? But how does it help the United States government to make polygamy illegal? They were stripping men of their rights and they were terrified. Any society where they give the women the same power as the men, they want to remove the accountability that the men can keep them. The men, we are the last and the first option of keeping the government accountable. So what they did is they make polygamy illegal because what if Medican had, you know, let's say Medican had three wives and he had 15 children that all voted like Medicaid. You know what I'm saying? How you gonna convince them? You got to convince now 15 children, 15 of Medican's family children to vote for you. Medican has too much power. You know what I'm saying? Polygamy gives a man too much power against the government. You know, and they had to
That makes
strip that right. They had to strip that right, bro. And it's long before then, man. It's way before the 1900s because I had to do my research and realize, yeah, man, it's way before. It's they want us to believe this all started in the 1960s and all that BS. No, it was long before. This government's been doing this. They've been acting this plan out for over 300 years, man. You know what I'm saying?
uh I think in any settled society, over it could take some time, but it's like a clear pattern you see in history. Women start to gain like influence, and men, they're treated on equal terms with men eventually, or even greater, like such as before the Bronze Age collapse in Europe. Like
Uh-huh.
yeah, in any settled
Uh-huh.
society, like what you said about men always move, like if a man is always moving towards something, if they're nomadic people. Now it seems like this is more maybe more natural, a more natural way to live, but settled societies just always form. So
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, we do. I mean, we will always form a new society. I think, and I looked it up. You know, Medican knows this. I told guys this, and I said this. YouTube surprisingly did not delete this. I made a stream, I think, over 4 years ago where I said men are protesting by not having children. You know what I'm saying? And at the time, people looked at me like, no, there's no way. I told people we are winning. Men are, Sun Tzu in China said one of the way to win a war is not to fight all. Well, how do we do that as men? We don't have kids. We starve out the government. The West is playing a very dangerous game. And any country that follows the West is playing a dangerous game. They don't know that between our legs we hold the seed and foundation of continuing your nation. Why do you think you see them advertising and making women 40? They're telling guys 50s. They're telling them, yeah, man, you got to spend, you got to look cool. They're running out of a younger population. So they're now pushing for the older population. This is why I think, I kind of think it's coming, eternal youth as well, is that I think what's coming is the government is so desperate. Like right now, bro,
Yes.
America's birth rate is 1.6.
Governments
I
are
think
very
Italy.
desperate in the West, are very desperate because there are not enough shekels for the pensions to be paid. There is huge amounts of very old people and no pensions to be paid.
Yeah, because bro, they messed with the law, man. Before we had welfare, the man. I was talking to one of the homies, man. Shout out to the homie Gold Pillar. I was talking to him. Oh my bad, gold
So
prescription. My bad. My bad. I was talking to him about.
hostage.
Welfare, huh?
I have a picture for
Oh, go on.
you. Let's see. Where is it? Okay, here. It's gonna appear on the screen in 10 seconds, I think. And you are right about the geriatrics market has the biggest. That's the biggest range, by the way. If you look at this picture, that huge float and bloat on the top.
Yeah.
A very, very big
It's very
surplus
toxic, man.
big surplus of both women and men, old men, 50, 60, 70, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80.
Oh, yeah.
Huge masses of old people, and who is gonna how the market gonna work? Like who gonna pay them? Who gonna take care of them? And how are they dating and stuff like that? Like,
Maybe the human being can't handle settled society. They always form a gerontocracy.
Nah, brother, don't fall for that. That's the scam. The thing is,
All right.
the thing is this, bro. What's going on is the government, and you look at it, for example, a lot of the countries that's dying, it's European countries right now, not Eastern Europe. I don't think, you could correct me more on this, Medican, because my knowledge on Eastern Europe isn't as high. But I think a lot of the Western European countries, man, they live by this code where the government must surpass the man. For example, I'll give you an example:
Right.
welfare. Welfare used to be a man. We were the welfare. We would decide we can only spend this much. We only got this much money. We're saving this. We're saving that. The government came in. Remember, they want absolute control, and on a level that just it's borderline demonic, because they actually want, like, I'll go into deeper, but they took out the welfare, which was the man. I was one day walking away from work, and I was hearing about the welfare and the pension system, and I'm like, none of this would have happened if we men were still allowed to lead our families, because there would be a set budget for everything. Like in America, they advertise that the wives run the house. No, they didn't. The men would say, I'm working in the mines. I got $20 for the family. Make it last. That's it. You know what I mean? The men set the budget. Now you live in a system, And there's no such thing as women being equal to men. What happens legally, whenever they give them a right, for example, the right to vote. In my honest opinion, if you're giving women a right to vote, it should be worth 10%, 10% that of a male's vote. Because you want they should only be voting when it's a clear issue for women. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe they're not getting any you know uh medical things for women things. Women issues, whatever. But the thing is, when you give a woman the same voting powers as men without the same accountability, without the same responsibility, you've literally made the male vote worthless. you know.
Yeah,
And what
yeah.
the society we live in, bro, is that the government has decided to play a dangerous game. Look at us like this. It's like the men are driving straight towards. We're playing a game of chicken, and what's happening is the government is driving straight towards us, men, and we're driving straight towards it. And the government keeps panicking, like it keeps slowing down its speed. And we men are still going at full speed. I'm not having kids. Dude, it's over 60% now that men aren't having kids. Men are basically saying, we will watch this country starve. But here's one thing I'm gonna say, I almost forgot it, is that here's a dangerous thing a lot of us aren't thinking. And I was gonna do a stream on it. I've done it before, is that what is the minimum population? A lot of people talk about overpopulation, but my question is, the government knows the minimum population requirement, right? I think what's going on is we're seeing a society like for America, Italy, all these countries where their population is dying. I think the government is committed to the minimum population, and we're the surplus. For example, let's say Italy only needs 20 million people. Let's say it only needs a 20 million population, and it's at 50 million. So that means the 30 million are a surplus. They don't care. They don't care what happens. So I'm in America. So what is the minimum population requirement? And I think once we figure that out, that they just care about the minimum, that means the surplus doesn't matter. Because all these laws happening, for example, dude, they're offering women now 5,000 to get pregnant. To have a child, they're offering them 5,000. But the men, we understand that 5,000 is just a $5,000 advance to pay child support. We wouldn't take that money anyway. But the government is literally promoting to single mothers, which are the key to not increasing the population. Like, I'll give you an example. If a woman was with you, I bet, Ventus, let's say a woman's with you. She left you. She's now a single mom. She left you before y'all could have 4 to 5 kids. Now she's trying to get another man. That other man's gonna say, no, I don't want to have a kid with you because you have the kid of another man. Single moms are the tool to actually decrease the population because they leave that stable man before they can actually fully increase the population. Then once they leave them, they bring a child that other men don't want. Other men don't want second. Other men don't want food that another man bit. You know what I'm saying? You would rather eat, like if a woman bit a piece of cake, she looked good enough, you'd be like, "All right, I'll take a piece of that." But if another man bit it, you're like, the hell, I'm not gonna eat off another man. This is nasty. This is borderline closeted activity. I ain't gonna do that. So they're telling us to eat off another man, which is the MILF. And many men, and I've said this, bro, a couple years ago, is that men are gonna avoid MILFs because the MILF has too much experience getting pregnant. You get what I'm saying? That's a high risk. She's gone through giving life. You think she won't take yours? You know what I'm saying? She has too much experience in the birthing process. And as it stands right now, bro, a lot of men are staying away from even the MILFs, which was, created propaganda anyway to give women a second lease on life after leaving a man, a MILF.
Yeah, the younger men are more picky. See.
Go on, bro.
Younger men are. I'm a millennial, but the Zoomers, yeah, they're less likely to settle for something like that, like a woman with kids. People in my generation, though, they're copers, man. Will accept it. They'll accept stepkids. They'll get the girl pregnant. Yeah. Crazy.
another group
The Zoomers to me,
probably stay clear of these
and the
folks if I
thing is
value my
this, bro.
health.
One dangerous side effect. I didn't see this coming like last year, a couple years, maybe 2 years ago. I didn't see it, but there's a side effect of your Andrew Great. What's happened with Andrew Great, the side effect, one of the homies shared it with me, is that he's now broken peer pressure. Peer pressure is dead. And what I mean by that is if every woman's advertising money, 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 that's all that matters, money, money, money. So let's say a kid's in high school right now. You think he cares if the most beautiful girl thinks he's a weirdo, thinks he's a nerd, fitting in the social class or all that when he knows they're not paying him money? When it's clearly defined that money defines your value, all this popularity, all this stuff doesn't mean anything. The age of the outcast is dying. And I think it's dying with the younger Zoomers, especially Gen Alpha. And then remember that unlike us millennials or Gen Xers, Gen Alpha is growing up where, we millennials would meet up to play video games with each other. The Gen Alphas, they live and the younger Zoomers, they live with the mind state that we socialize from a distance. So that means our physical friendship and all these interactions, it doesn't mean nothing. I socialize with everyone I deal with from a distance. Discord, Fortnite. My best friend, we played a video game, Fortnite, and I've never met him. But we meet online, we video chat. Everything is from a distance. And what they don't get is they're training those next generation of men to completely be removed from any societal expectations at all. You know what I'm saying? Like, for example, we're in the manosphere, but I think that younger Zoomer gen and that those alpha gens that will be in the manosphere will be, over 10 times more. Their potential of advancement will be insane because they don't have what we had of, you know, close socialization where they used to fight the jock or whatever. We used to be under their whim. That's all we had. We didn't have Discord in the 90s. You know what I'm saying? We didn't have Facebook and all of them. We didn't have the means of conversation and building a community from the outside world. You know what I'm saying? Without interacting in person. That monster that's being created, known as the younger, the Zoomers in high school and the Gen Alpha, that they will be men that are on a whole different level, man. They will not have any sympathy at all, any empathy for anything that has to do with a close relationship built on physical interaction. Because for them, you know what I'm saying? They grew up. Their most funnest times is I was on Discord talking to my bros, gaming, whatever, whatever. And then look up their idols. I told people this, bro. Look up the YouTubers, the most successful YouTubers that the younger generation are watching, bro. There are a couple guys alone, single, on a chair by themselves, no girlfriend, no female influence at all, and you're expecting this generation to feel bad about MILFs and Zoomer, you know what I mean? And I'm gonna tell you one more thing is that another problem, another reason I think the Zoomers, and Gen Alpha will be completely anti sympathetic is that, bro, the women
Say, looks like it's
have
open
been
mic night. Wanna
cannibalizing
take
their
the stage
sons,
and
man. I
enthrall the
mean,
crowd with
the
your booming
level of
voice?
effinism towards the son. You know how they used to say you're nothing like your father. Your father's garbage. That's how me and you grew up. Us millennials grew up on that. If you're in the U.S., the moms would just say your father's
My
garbage.
grandmother joined the
Now
game if she saved
the
as
the
much as
women
you
are
did.
targeting their sons by saying you're a man, you're a boy, you're a demon, you're horrible. Like they're literally attacking the existence of being male of their sons. So the sons are growing up with, nah, man. I've seen. I was a mother. I was a son to a single mom. No way in hell I'll support one of them. You know what I mean? She treated me like I was a demon. You know what I'm saying? And if those men don't survive that household, we've seen they end up in a closet. They end up rainbow riding. We know what happens when a single mom succeeds by breaking her son. He gets his nails painted, you know. And go on, bro.
Yeah, yeah. The single moms, they they break a lot of men. It's like casualties walking around, like the men like in the metropolitan area I'm from, like there's casualties, like the fucking faggy ass. There was a guy, a Polish guy introduced himself to me, but he had like a, you know, like a faggy accent, like a kind of a yuppie.
You want to use that word, bro?
Like sorry, don't use that word.
Rainbow. I don't know,
He had
man.
like a rainbow, like a, yeah, you know,
Just
like
say
a,
closet, man. The closet is safe.
yeah, he sounded gay or whatever, and I thought I couldn't even detect it was a Polish accent. It was like some combination of like a gay Polish accent. I thought it was like Spanish accent.
Who let the
confusing.
beasts out? Who let the beasts out?
Yeah, I mean, dude, that's a success story, bro. I just saw on YouTube a basketball player I like, man, and bro, he is fully, you know, the closet door is fully open.
Too easy.
Rainbow colored nails, bro. He's lost his mind, and most of the athletes come from a single mother home, and you see him just broken. Then you got Dwayne Wade, that demon. You know, Dwayne Wade, in my opinion, should be in jail right now, but he's selling purses, painting his nails. You know, I know the Chinese regret. Yeah, dude, I know the Chinese regret having a shoe deal with that guy, man. It's the activity is insane. He sacrificed his son. He had his son at age, I think at age 6, he let old Gabrielle Union take his son to a Rainbow Rider parade. You know, at 8, watching grown men. You know what I'm saying? The exposure to destroying that son is like, now to be a son of a single mom is surviving a battlefield. You know, if you made it out normal, if you made it out straight, you deserve an applause, man. The single moms are breaking their sons. You see it online, dude. And here's the thing. Some guys told me, "Oh, yo, hold the truth hostage. It's only the guys here." No, I've seen it. Like I was working security at a spot, and this Dominican couple they had a son and a daughter. The daughter was literally breaking in the son. She had him doing dances that were clearly a female, movements, and the father's just there. That's why me and Medican earlier on in the stream were talking about the father has no value. The father is an enabler. He's an assistant. This is what it is in
putting
America.
your foot down. Yeah, as a man, there's no putting your foot down anymore. You're just along for the ride.
Bro, he's just a funding source for her. You know, while she's looking for another man. But bro, the sister was older. But you see right in the bank, bro, she had her brother doing these TikTok dances where it's clearly a female dance, and you're like, what the hell is going on here, bro? This is insane. Right in the bank in public, his sister is literally feminizing. What castrating him? What they call emasculating him, bro. Right in front of the father, bro. Emasculating. The mom ain't doing nothing. The son is just, because I had a theory, bro. My theory is you closet the father through the son. You know what I'm saying? If, for example, in the 90s, now I know you Ventus are up here in the US like me, bro. Is in the 90s we used to have a convo where, if your son, rides the rainbow, he's a rainbow rider, will you disown him? And up here used to be 100%, hell yeah, man. He's gone. He's no longer my son. I'm gonna take care of him until he's 18. Then he's gotta go. Because here's the thing. How are you gonna talk to your son that's a rainbow rider? When he comes up with relationships, well, dad, I'm dating this guy. What are you gonna say? You would have to compromise your sexuality to help your son. You know what I'm saying? That's why they promoted this whole acceptance. Like there's mad videos of Rainbow Rider sons saying, "My dad doesn't accept me." I don't know if you remember the rapper DMX. One of his sons was was a Rainbow Rider. Said, "I just want my dad to accept me."
Yeah, I remember DMX.
Yeah, bro. He said, "Dude, his son is a Rainbow Rider. We have nothing in common. I'm not gonna compromise my sexuality because you're my son, dude. You passed that line of acceptance. You know what I'm saying? Once
Yeah.
you cross that line, we got nothing to talk about. You're in the closet, like you're out the closet. The closet door's open. You're a Rainbow Rider. What do I have to say to you? How can I relate? What advice do I have to give my son if he's a Rainbow Rider? He comes to me with a relationship. It will be, dude, in this household, none of that happens here, bro. You don't talk about it. You don't dress like it, bro. You're living. As long as you're under my roof, you live this way. But
Say about that
that's it.
cure for Champ.
And once you're ready, you 18, you could go, bro. Go live your life. That's the type of life you want, go. I got nothing to do with you. You know what I'm saying? Go on, bro.
Yeah, no, I've seen of that change through the 90s into the 2000s.
I saw it with Obama, man. Obama to me, because one thing they've been trying to do in the West, in America for quite some while is they've been trying to popularize the rainbow through the black male and black athletes. And, especially
Definitely,
black
yeah.
celebrities. They've been trying to get rappers for so long to promote this, but it's not working.
Taylor,
You know what I'm saying?
Taylor,
It's not
yeah.
working. It's not working, especially I come from a culture where that happens, man. You're not gonna be breathing cologne, but they've been trying to do it, and the men are just realizing that, dude, we're in a poisonous culture, bro, top to bottom. Like I look at right now, we got Trump as president. He's cutting the what is it? He's cutting welfare. He's altering certain rules, but dude, we're at the point if being a father isn't in the Constitution, Ventus, fatherhood isn't in the Constitution. You know how crazy that is.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah.
You know what I mean? You know how crazy that is. That dude, being a father and the rights of being a father and a husband is not included in the constitutional rights. So that means the government in general does not care about that. It does not prioritize that. Any country where that isn't in the legal stature, it means it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? Because I thought about that, bro. I was thinking it for a reason. I was like, yo, fatherhood isn't in the Constitution. It isn't in the amendments. Like it isn't even a right we have.
You got a point. I
So
can't leave until I'm certain
if
it's
that's true,
cured.
then why would I participate in? And I'm gonna tell you one more thing, bro. Even if they change the law, I'm gonna tell you right now, even if they change the marital laws and the child support laws, I still think men would not participate because there's no guarantee of how long that would last. For example, if Trump out of nowhere said, I'm ending no fault divorce, the first instinct will pop up in my head will be, for how long? So what are the lengths of this ending? Is this gonna be in the Constitution? Is this guaranteed for the next 80 years? Because I could still be alive when y'all change the law. And we've seen it, what they call that, bro. Remember gray divorces where a guy's wife just divorces him out of 60 years old, 50 years old, and he's done. Like, his pension, he's borderline on the way out of here. So I think the government, doesn't realize that we hold all the cards, man. Where men aren't having children and it's speeding up. And with what happened with Andrew Great, what Andrew Great did, I don't agree with a lot of stuff. I see him as a scam artist, whatever, but the side effect of him telling all these young dudes, all that matters is money. That money is all. You know how we grew up as millennials. Money's the root of all evil, but you got Andrew Great, and I was doing this on a live stream. He looks like an action hero. He knows karate. And in the 2010s, bro, all the male actors are either too feminine, weird, in the closet.
Yeah,
there
the
are
young
no
boys,
idols.
they ate it up. When Andrew Tate came out, I'm like, this guy's gonna blow up. I knew about him way before, but as soon as he started making these like videos, like, you know, getting popular, I'm like, yeah, he's gonna blow the fuck up because the young men are starved for like anything
Guess I'm done
like
here. Better check with
masculine.
Gary and see if the little guy will stay true to his word.
And he bypassed the system because he paid. He said, anybody who shares this video, you get a certain check. Because, that's why, Medican knows this with Discord. I use Discord to subsidize the fact that YouTube openly deletes or unsubs people or doesn't notify anybody. But what Andrew, I don't know if I can say, that's why I was saying Andrew, great. Medican, you can always correct me if I'm wrong, but I'll just say Andrew. But what Andrew did is that he literally broke the system, you know. And we know we in the BP community, we know of him since 2018. He was with Fresh and Fit and all of them a long time ago. You know what I'm saying? But he was trying to grow from a organic standpoint. He didn't understand that, dude. The system is broken. The only way to grow online now is a pay to play system, unless you're part of the mainstream, like how YouTube is pumping up SNL and all these big multi corporations. Unless you got the money to play ball, YouTube is destroying you. You know what I'm saying? But what Andrew did by bypassing paying guys is he's broken. What they don't get is that, 2010s, I challenge people this. I say, I would dare you, name 10 actors that made it in the 2010s that are superstars. They made it in this decade. You know what I'm saying? 2010s. You can't name them. And the ones you could name, they failed. Like, Chris Evans, Captain America. Guess what, bro? And I told Medicaid, he played in a movie, Ghosted, where he's a guy who got ghosted. He was Captain America. He should have been doing action movies. He should have been the next Arnold Schwarzenegger or something, all manly action films. Right after being Captain America, he plays a man who was ghosted by a female operative in France, and he packs up everything to go live and search for a simp. He threw away this is what the younger generation have to look at and say, no, bro, I ain't looking up to him. He's garbage. Then all these men, Chris Evans, all these actors are either simps, cowards, they're against masculinity. Like I remember the 90s, no actors in the 90s were telling you, yo, don't smoke a cigarette, don't drink a beer. Those were those cowardly, soft ass actors. We already knew them. They looked the part, They were, save the world type of BS. But now every actor is telling you, don't be so toxic and masculine. You know what I'm saying? You just breathing as a man is bad. So now these younger guys, bro, and the reason I say the Zoomers, they're completely gonna be altered. The younger ones, and Alpha. Because, bro, they have one thing we never had, bro. They can watch everything we watch. Like right now, bro, all the movies from the 80s are in HD. You can literally go rewatch Jean-Claude Van Damme. Every movie.
Get out of here.
4K, bro. And the younger generation are like, unlike us, when we were millennials, we had to search for the cassettes, the VHS, the DVDs. They could just search online and be like, holy shit, dude, those millennials weren't lying. It was way cooler when they were born, when they were active, bro.
Yeah, they are seeing it. Yeah.
Good for me, but I feel great.
And bro, they're watching mostly the stuff we watched, and Hollywood is dying. Hollywood is literally dead. It's just a world of weirdos, and the younger generation are basically saying, man, a lot of them, I don't know if y'all notice, a lot of them are saying I was born in the wrong time. A lot of Zoomers and younger are saying, man.
Yes, yeah. Girls even, yeah. Yeah, no, I'm just saying it's common. Even girls are saying they're born in the wrong time. Because they could just see aesthetically how it was different, but like the men, they feel it. I mean, you look at Hollywood now, you don't see there's no equivalent to like Jean-Claude Van Damme or one of those like Mortal Kombat actors or something. There's none of those guys.
Wesley, bro, there's no Sylvester Stallone, there's no Dolph, there's no Carl Edwards, there's no men. You know what I'm saying? Clint Eastwood, to me, that's one of the actors where you're like, man, Clint Eastwood got a clean record. at 96 years old, I ain't never heard nothing bad about the dude. So he's never been a weirdo, you know. You know what I mean? But yeah, they don't have idols, man. The younger generation, and you know, Andrew came at the right time. The momentum of the M2, all these attacks, and he came out punching, where he dominated the whole internet by pain and manipulating the algorithm so much. Some people would tell me he was on Zoomer, he was on Zoom interviews where they would play his talking points, all that. He was everywhere. And then they interviewed him because the media still operates like it's the 90s, where they think, you know what, I'm going to interview Medican. CNN will interview Medican and say he's stupid, and people will stop watching him. Instead, they don't get that. You just now boosted Medican. You legitimize all of Medican's talking points. Now the youth want to watch him even more. You know? Go on, bro.
Yeah, no, it's it
So-
doesn't work anymore. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm done.
So yeah, I want to ask. I think his name is Hold the Truth. So, how do you feel about if you had a gay daughter? How would you feel about that?
Well,
Oh man, move on to the next question.
Why?
Try to get me in
It's
trouble.
too dangerous.
Why?
You gotta use code, man. You gotta be, closet, man. I'm telling you, the word closet is safe on YouTube, man. They
All right,
can't
that's fine.
because
All right.
because
How do
you
you
know
feel?
because the
That's
Kia
fine.
is
How do you
selling a
feel
lot.
about? That's fine. How do you feel about having a closet daughter?
Well, that's the thing with that is, man. It's sad to say that, man. This is inevitable. It's something just as you would lose your son. You should, in my honest opinion, I'd be shocked if your daughter even doesn't end up like that because the way the system's designed right now, you can't even say nothing. Just as you can't say nothing to the wife, I personally think one of the most dangerous things that's happened now is the daughter because I've saw a video, bro. It was on I think her name is Ayana Saved My Life. It's the lady that's connected to Oprah. She did an interview where this mother told her daughters to say the father, abused them. You know what I'm saying? And then it went with it, bro. I tell guys this, and I've said this. You can look on YouTube over 4 years, 3 years ago. I said you can save your son. The chances of you saving your son are high. Your daughter, by birth, it's over. You will be lucky. You will be lucky if she has an ounce of normality because the daughter is absolutely product of the mother now. You know what I'm saying? The father can't say nothing, man. The stuff I've
More of that good
seen
stuff.
just working in the wild, working in the wild where you see the mothers are just, and I predicted this when I was in college back in 2014. I told them that they're gonna over sexualize the daughters. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if y'all remember the homie, if you in the US, remember that big show that was on in the US. I don't want to say its name too much. They had a pageant. I won't say the whole word, but it was a young pageant for daughters. You know what I'm saying? And they were super popular, millions of views of them, doing what they did. I think as a father right now, dude, you have a daughter, the chances of her being normal, I'd say there's probably a less than 5% chance of you
Okay,
raising her to be normal.
so if your daughter comes to you and she says, "Hey, I think I'm a closet person,"
Mm,
how would you react to that?
Man, the reaction will be just like the son, man.
Just like
I
the
would
son.
have
Okay, fair
to
enough.
disown.
Fair
You
enough.
would have to. You would have to
Fair enough.
because the narrative is what would happen if and you gotta know you're in the U.S. is the more women you have around you, the higher the danger. So your daughter brings her, and let's be honest. I'm gonna be honest with you on this stream. I don't believe in that thing called lesbian. I think that's a scam. That's not real, in my opinion, because how can you be of another sexuality when you're playing with fake male parts? You know what I'm saying? I think the reason, in my honest opinion, the whole lesbian thing increased is that the women aren't allowed to experience the strength and power of a man. So they can only, I was saying this on streams years ago, the only reason women are lesbians is because they can't experience that raw nature of a man. Like the husband or the boyfriend just comes home, grabs his girl, and just, you know what I mean, throws her in the
That good
couch and, you
stuff.
know, things happen. You know what I'm saying? They can't experience that anymore. They can only experience that through being so-called lesbians. You know what I'm saying? A scam. You know what I mean? They can
It
only, I've
feels so
seen it
good.
where, you know, a lesbian can yell, can tell her girlfriend what to do. They can basically what they call that thing, role play a man. The closest an American woman will be to a man is a woman role play. I've seen a lesbian literally, man, tell a girl off, you know, push her away. And you know, it's a scam because I've been around a lesbian couple and her girlfriend is literally looking at me like I'm a piece of meat. The women naturally will play around and touch each other anyway. For them, it's survival to be touching and feely around each other because it would mesmerize men. What's better than one woman? Two. What's better than two, three? You know, it's we're hardwired. You know, I'm not to see more women as a positive. You know what I'm saying? The whole lesbian thing, bro, it's a scam.
It feels so
If
good.
lesbians were so real and so natural, why isn't it happening all over the world? And especially in, let's say, tribal
That good
communities where
stuff.
you don't have all this you know, European dominated law and all that crap. So lesbianism is a scam. Oh, guess what? That woman who's thrusting herself with a artificial male private part is a different sexuality. Oh my God! For real? Come on, man. It's a scam, man. It. The more lesbians you have in your country, the more pussyfied the men are. It's a sign. The increase of lesbians is the sign that the men in your country are that weak and that less of a man. You know what I'm saying? That's why it increased. Because how come we didn't have such a high lesbian population in 1940s, 1950s, 1930s, 1920s? Where was all these lesbians when the men were in charge? You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Where was it?
Okay.
It didn't exist. It's a scam, man. Lesbianism is as real as the damn tooth fairy. You know what I'm saying? A chick is playing with a damn dildo. You want me to believe she's somehow a different sex? Come on, man. It's a joke. Go on, bro.
Okay. Fair enough.
My bad, Medicare. Wanna, wanna, but yeah, but you know, thing is this, bro. The West is you gotta look at it. It's ground zero. It's ground zero for emasculated men, dude. I don't know. I want to ask y'all a question. Any one of y'all been called sexist yet, man? Sexist or misogynist?
Uh, a little bit from an ex-girlfriend. Yeah.
Mm, but what about your male friends?
No, no. I always kept a tight circle. None of my friends
Mm.
are funny, if you know what I mean.
Uh, what about you, dude? Model.
Omas, hey.
You're talking about me. No, no one's ever called me misogynist.
Bro, I've been called that, bro. And I'm talking about in the urban area where whether it be in the urban or the city, I've heard men call each other, "Oh, you're sexist, you're misogynist." That's how the poison is mainstream. The men have been. That's why I say the narrative that the women are deluded, the most diluted. That's a lie. The most diluted sex, or you want to use that scam of a word, gender, are the men. The women, as usual, will just go along with the laws the men have created. Look at the Roe v. Wade overturn in America. What did the women do? They just adapted to it. They complained, but what are they gonna do? The government said no longer will the government govern and decide what states allow, you know what I'm saying, allow wiping using baby wipes. You know what I'm saying? Oh,
Yeah.
that's a better slang. Yeah, that's a better slang. Baby wipes. You know what I'm saying? you know, they said now, what did the women do? They just got in line and said, okay, well, we'll go to states where they allow. Dude, women are a reflection of male law. So the women, by virtue, all this stuff going on, the Chad chasing and all this stuff, it has to do with the laws that have been set. Because in the 40s and 50s, you'd see an average woman with an average dude or a beautiful woman because the fathers would usually be setting up their children anyway. A lot of the times it was extremely normal where the father, she had to get approved. As it got more sugar coated, you know, the daughters would introduce the boys to their fathers. But before then, it was the fathers would literally pick who their daughters will be. Oh, me know my neighbor, he's got a good family, he's got a good son. Y'all gonna get married. Done. The deal, it's over. That's it right there. You know what I'm saying? Whether she liked them or not didn't matter because at the end of the day, you're gonna be safe, you're gonna have a good life, you're gonna have children and a family. Done. But as Hollywood started romanticizing, and while romanticizing it, the law started getting messed up. Now you have this situation where, oh man, you know, setting up marriages between, you know, your children is wrong. You know what I'm saying? The fathers started losing more control and more control. Now it's, you know, your daughters are running away, man. I saw a video where a father, that's why when the homie, you know, Lamato asked, you know, would you keep your daughters? That dude, there's a father. This video's going viral because he tried to take care of his daughter and he had to disown her, bro. He disowned her live on video saying, you got to go. You got to go back to your mom's and I can't control you. The father now, you got to understand, the daughter is an extension of the mother's rights. Just as the father can't say nothing to the wife if just keep that relationship, now the daughter gets that power and extension from the mother. You know, I can do whatever I want. And then remember, she's going to school and spending over 8 hours amongst how, you know, her peers, which are just following the mainstream culture. So the father has no say anyway. So I look at the situation we're in the States, man. The higher the closet rate, the more emasculated the men are, the softer they are, that's why I was telling Medican a couple years ago, you know, man, we need to make a product called man pons. You know what I'm saying? It's like a tampon for men. You know what I'm saying? We could have been billionaires right now, Medican. You know what I'm saying?
See, let me tell you. See, I think that I think I think that fathers, they say that a woman having both of her parents in her life will give her will help to ensure she's a good person, or that she will be successful in life or whatever. The idea that the woman having two parents in her life is better for her. But I would argue that in many cases, a woman having a father in her life actually makes the situation worse. I would argue there's some situations where it would have been better off if the father wasn't even there. And what I mean by this is, and I think you kind of alluded to this earlier, Hold the Truth, but these fathers are enablers. They enable, many of these fathers enable their daughters' bad behavior. I saw a video of this young teenage girl. I think she was like 14 or 15, 14, I think 14 or 15. And she was having her second baby. And I remember in the video, she's arguing with her father, and her father's like, "You got pregnant again?" He's like, "I'm kicking you out of my house." And the girl was like, "I'm not going anywhere." And you could tell he was a weak father. And even though he was telling her, "I'm going to kick you out of my house," you could tell like he was a weak type of father who's not really going to follow through with his word. And she's just talking to her father like however she feels like talking to him. She's like, "I'm not going anywhere." And I remember thinking like, if this girl did not have a father in her life to provide her with the basic necessities like housing, food, you know, the things you need to survive, I would argue it's much less likely she would have gotten pregnant. I think these women are out here making bad decisions whether it comes to um, becoming teen mothers or becoming mothers early in life, or maybe they're having multiple babies by multiple men, or they're just um, they're going into financial debt. They are traveling the world and going into debt using credit cards, um, and just they're really increasing their debt, and they have no idea how they're going to pay any of this stuff off. They have no idea how they're going to pay off their college loans. They're doing this stuff because I think a lot of them, I think they have fathers in their lives who are giving them a safety net, who are enabling their bad behavior. They know they have a father who's going to fix their problems when they make stupid decisions. And I think if they did not have that father in their life to save them and give them that safety net, it's probably less likely they would make dumb decisions. I've even
I'm
seen
seeing
this
a
in my
lot.
own. Huh?
I'm seeing a lot of that where I am too.
Right. I've seen this in my own family. I have a niece, and she got pregnant at I think 17. She got pregnant I think last year, I think it was, and still in high school. And I remember when I found out the news, I was surprised, and I was thinking to myself, me, I'm her uncle, and I did so much to help her. I always gave her anything she needed help with. I always helped her. She could call me on the phone and say, I need $300 for, there's something, there's, I need $300 to pay for my graduation cap and gown, whatever it is. She always knows she could call me. And she also had her grandfather in her life. Now she didn't have her father in her life, but she had her grandfather in her life. Who she lived with for most of her childhood, and he gave her everything she needed. So we did our best to support her, and it's like you still go and become a teen mother at the age while you're in high school. So I think these young women are making stupid decisions because they have men in their lives and fathers in their lives who are basically what's the word I'm trying to think of? Yeah, who are just a safety net for them,
Well,
to
well,
catch
man,
them when they who are going to catch them when they fall and when they screw up. So
man, to me, with what you said, enabling, bro, it's this is the fate of men. After I've seen it. Men have lost more power, and you can't even tell your daughters not. You can't be outside at this time or that time. You can't do this and that. You don't have any authority in this society as being a man. That's why I say a lot of younger guys will be. Once you become a father, you chose to lose by default. You lost. You know what I mean? No, and I know some of the homies. I know some homies that are fathers. I'm not saying it is what it is, man. I'm not saying I don't respect you, nothing, but I'm just saying for the younger guys and guys now, in some situations could be different. It's like I was telling guys that, and I said this on a stream way back, and this is how poisonous the society has become. Is that fathers now? It's at the point where fathers like, man, they wish termination on they wish termination on their own seed. 'Cause they're like, if they weren't still here,
Hey, there is
you know what I'm
shekels
saying?
from Mercer. Check it out. A message. What does it say? If I was outside the house right now, I would call in and draw my down with my website. Read this. Mercer, what happened? So he's apparently somewhere in the terrain, right? I have no idea, but this sounds funny. I mean, I guess he joins later.
Oh yeah.
But thanks.
Yeah, getting bailed out.
What the fuck is going on? Anyways, sorry I interrupted you, hostage.
No, you good, brother. You good, man. But the thing I'm saying is, bro, man, it's at the point where you got fathers hoping for the end of their own seed, man. It's like if the seed passes away, the father actually before it would be, oh God, no, that's mine. And now they're like, man, I'm off child support, man. It's that problematic, bro. And the way I look at that, that's why I tell people there's a chance you could save your daughter, your son. Your daughter, man, that's a roll of the dice, man, because there's nothing you could tell her. Nothing. She is an extension of the mother. The same rights, the same ability, and the claim of abuse can be thrown at you at any time. You know what I'm saying? That's why I tell guys, man, and this is the advice I gave guys years ago. If you're a father and you're put on, I'll give you an example, child support, you know you have to stay away from those kids for 21 years. You know what I'm saying? You got to stay away until they're adults because at any given time before they're 21, what's stopping the mother from putting a false case that you served them alcohol or you got them drunkard? You know, you don't know. You don't have any authority. That's why I look at it as the way the West is designed. Now it's yeah, she gets pregnant and gets money from the man. That's it. You are now a wallet. Whether that you could be a wallet or a source of income. The wallet lives with the family. You know, walking wallet lives with the family, funds their life and the family, whatever they want. Or you could be the source of income from child support where you're farther away and you're unaccessible from the mother to destroy you. You know what I'm saying? And the way I look at it for men is that we got choices. Once you figured out, you know what, me wanting to have kids wasn't the problem. Me having them here was. You know what? I could go to a third world country where what is it to pay to take care of them is probably gonna be what $300-400 a month. They'd be living good. I could do that. I could start a whole other family overseas while I'm dealing and I could live a more simplistic life in the West while I'm paying my child support and all that. And since she's turned my children to a bill, I got nothing to do with them. They won't see me until they're 21. It's for their own safety and my safety. You know what I mean? I've seen fathers where, oh, I got 50% custody. I'm like, dog, this isn't good. These are your kids. If you don't have 100% custody, 100% access when you want, you're not their father. Get the hell out of here. That BS. You know what I mean? What man would say that's my son and I got 50% access to my own kids? You know what I mean? But the thing is, man, the safest you can be is, man, 21 years. You get put on child support, any of that, you have to stay away for 21 years. That's why the narrative of the deadbeat dad from back in the day, you know, were they deadbeat dads or were they strategic? You know what I'm saying? Were they the ones that said, you know what, I'm gonna pay the child support, I'm not gonna be here. Those kids will never see me. Once you turn, I would always tell guys this: once they turn your kids to a bill, I don't spend time with bills. You know, I don't eat with bills. I don't take bills out to vacations. You know what I'm saying? You know, I don't justify it. It's a bill. I'm gonna pay the child support. You will keep full custody. Those kids never have to see me. You know what I'm saying? Unless I get 100% custody, they never have to see me because I'm saying is what's stopping her from you bringing the kids back? You know what I'm saying? Late night, you got custody of them. You bring them back home, and then mom gives them something to drink that's laced with alcohol. Then she calls the police and say, you know, you got them drunk. And remember, with child support, this is the funny thing about child support is that if you go to jail, you will owe back pay. So let's say you're serving 2 to 3 years in jail, you will be on late back pay for child support, man. It doesn't end. It benefits the system, the prison system that you get on back pay. You know, you're late on your payments, you're going to jail. Because now they can keep you in jail forever. One, the child support, or you can't get a job. Either way, the system has you. I think the safest thing men can do if they are put on child support is, man, tell that woman that's the ultimatum. Once you put me in that child support, those children will never see me again. You know, they will see me when they're adults, when it's safe, 21 years old. When you know that you can't say, oh, the daughter got drunk. The daughter's an adult now. The fuck.
That's
Hey,
the
go
best
on.
default move. Yeah, I never heard someone explain that, but it makes sense. That is the best default move for a guy.
Well, You gotta get tactical, man. But that's where the manhood comes in. A lot of guys don't understand that, bro. Once the woman has a baby, she's done. It's over. We, on the other hand, society keeps trying to convince us that we went through 9 months of giving birth. You know what I'm saying? Besides that kid being your flesh and blood existing in the world, bro, what did you lose? Like what? And then the other thing is, we all know this being in the manosphere, men can live. The only reason men spend more and live this whole money thing, live in bigger houses and all that, is they're trying to satisfy the wife. They're living all these, all the male expenses. I've always told guys is it's over inflated by leading through the wife. You buy your house based on the wife. Like, I'll give you an example, bro. You got one kid. Let's say you're gonna have one kid with your wife. What's the point of you buying a two-bedroom household when that kid won't need their own bedroom until they're like 5 years old? Why not just start off with one bedroom, save money for the next 5 years until you see now, okay, I got two kids now. I'll get potentially I'll get a three-bedroom in case I have a daughter. Because your sons, you could just, let's be honest, is we were brothers. I don't know if you got brothers or nothing. They could stack us all up in the same room. You know what I'm saying? If you had brothers, y'all shared a bump. Y'all had bunk beds. You could
I
stack
grew
the
up like
boys in the
that.
same.
Yeah, I grew up sharing a room.
Go on, brother.
Yeah. Grew up sharing a room with my brother. It's
Mhm.
pretty normal in my generation.
Well, man, I remember it was me, my brothers. Your sister would have her own room. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Man, she's not a boy. But us guys, man, you could stack up guys, even in a small room. We would. I think that's why the last generation was outside a lot more. If you're in a one bedroom and there's two bunk beds, four dudes living in that one bedroom, we're not gonna be in there that long. We're gonna be outside just to breathe. But that's how it was. The men were in charge. The men were deciding. Now every man lives and leads by the woman they're with, and that's why they go in debt. Like I tell people this with Conan 19. When it happened, how many men completely lost money on their mortgages, man? When they closed down the whole country for potentially it was 2 to 3 years. The country was shut down. You couldn't work. You just put money on a mortgage. A lot of divorces happened during that time as well. So you're backed up on a mortgage. You lost your job. You got alimony. You got to pay. You know what I'm saying? That's why I look at the current crop of men. If you get married, I have zero sympathy, man. I have zero sympathy. I live by a simple rule. You volunteered, can't be a victim. Volunteers can't be a victim. And if you didn't learn nothing by now, you made your choice, man. You gotta live with it. One of the fallacies of the manosphere is we're supposed to be here to sugarcoat and you're a good man and talk like we're mothering other men. No, bro, you made your choice. And the way I look at it right now in the West, every man is leading. The woman leads, and the man puts money in their wallet to give it to her, man. Everything's overinflated. Like the housing market is excessively high. Like, for example, bro, you're moving in. Let's say you're moving in with your girlfriend, and she's 21. Y'all moving in together. All you need is one bedroom. You don't really need more than one bedroom. You both are going to sleep in the same fucking place. You know what I'm saying? So where does the need for a two-bedroom come when you're both going to sleep in the same bedroom? Everything when leading with the woman in mind is nothing but overexpense, man. Overexpense. Men are no longer buying starter homes. Men are literally going broke just to house a family in what their wife deems acceptable. Oh, three, four, five bedroom. We're gonna have a big family, this and that. And they're like, why? Why would I start in debt and losing all this money when the kids aren't born and they won't need their own rooms for, like I said, 4 to 5 years? There's no point. Then you add in the expenses. It's utter insanity. Go on, my bad.
Hey guys, thanks for having me. I'm gonna try to rejoin later.
What's up, bro?
All right, all right.
Man, me, man, I look at it, you know, like Medican said he was, overseas. I look at it now, man, and this is why I predicted this, that ghosting is literally now at an epidemic state, man. The women just cannot not be in a situation where ghosting happens because the men know they can't say nothing. And since the men can't say anything, there's no long-term value. And a big thing that's going on, I want to get your thoughts on that, is that the women don't understand if the men are not pursuing marriage at all, if marriage is now deemed a trap and the biggest failing of a man, then why would they date with any intention? You know what I'm saying? Where does the dating with intent come when you don't plan to get married? Once marriage is removed out of the the reasoning process, then every man is dating ready to ghost. Everything's about I'm gonna get what I need and leave. I'm gonna get what I need and leave. And the thing is, you're not even gonna try to build a long-term relationship or any of that to even get close to that woman because you're like, man, I don't plan to get married. So what's the point of me having a girlfriend or plotting anything to move in with her or anything like that when marriage is not on the table and you know about common law marriage? What's your thoughts on that, man?
Nothing really to add.
No problem, man. So to me, the way I look at it, bro, like me and Medicam talking about this earlier, is that, I don't know if you noticed it, but I've noticed, man, there are far less couples than ever before, man. The only time I see couples now is I think schools, somewhat. You see the kids coming out of school. And another thing I noticed, man, and I was telling people this, is I've noticed, like when I was little, man, we would come out of school. There were hundreds of us, man. You could tell when school was over because it looked like a herd of kids were coming out of school at the same time. Now, bro,
Yeah.
it looks quiet. You could tell the population has decreased. Where I'm at, you can literally see it. 3 o'clock hits, and you see sporadically, you know, some kids are coming out of school. But before in the '90s or early 2000s, man, it was once we're out of school, bro. It's like a herd of sheep, running through the field. Now you look outside at 3 o'clock, and you're like, man, it's like it's like there's no kids even at that school. You know, that's why I say the men are winning, bro. We're not losing. They've been trying to teach us, like right now. I don't know if y'all noticed. They keep saying there's a male loneliness epidemic. What's your thought on that, man? I want to just hear your thought on that one because they're advertising there's a male loneliness epidemic. You know,
I don't know. I don't know what I see these headlines or whatever, but I don't know what. I never read these articles. I don't know what they're saying, like normie news. Or I don't know what they're saying about it.
well, bro, they're saying there's a lonely male epidemic, and men are extremely lonely, and they're depressed, and we don't have friends, and all this stuff. We're more alone than the women. Now, that's what they're saying. You know, that's what I've gotten from reading a few, listening to it. But me personally, I think that's a lie because they don't get that we men, loneliness for a man is different than a woman. Like, us growing up, especially as millennials, man, we were playing video games and that demanded your time to not be outside, you know? So, and then you add in the internet, now you could download games. You don't even guys go to the store. I think loneliness for a man is different. It's always been different for us, is that we got activities. We got our friends. The women, on the other hand, they have to be outside to flaunt their appearance. A lot of their socialization, they have to be outside, to show their new dress, their new shirt, whatever. They got to go outside to show it, you know. Us, on the other hand, man, My bad.
Yo, can you
Yeah.
hear?
Somebody was riding a motorcycle. Yeah, little loud where I'm at. Give me a minute. Yeah. But basically, dude, they're saying the men are alone. And there's an epidemic, but I think us men deal with, loneliness differently. Like Medican could be going on a long journey to find a dinosaur bone, for 30 years. He's just looking for he thinks there's a T Rex ancestor buried somewhere in Guatemala. He could spend 30 years alone just looking for that goddamn dinosaur bone. They don't understand that. I think they don't get that us men socialize, or if we're not socializing while we're alone, Discord, screaming, whatever it is, we are willing to sacrifice ourselves for our goals and hobbies. You know what I'm saying? There are guys out there spending tens of hours just to master how to play a card game. You know, we are designed, in my honest opinion, to be disposable for our ideals and our goals. And I think they're marketing that men are alone and there's a male loneliness epidemic when we've adapted. No one's adapted quicker to internet socialization than us. I mean, I think the men, we were the first ones on MySpace, first ones on YouTube. Every time a technology happens, the men test the waters, and once the men use it and the women see the men are comfortable with it, then they hop on. So I look at the whole male loneliness epidemic, man. It's a scam to scare men when the truth is the women are being alone, man. They can't get men. They can't find a man who wants to get married. The men understand that they have no privacy to the relationship. Any date you go on right now could end up a TikTok video, could end up a stream of content, whatever. Men have no authority, so men are choosing that loneliness because, hey, man, that's as safe as you can get. That's as much privacy you can get. That's as much fun you can get, especially the privacy part. You know what I'm saying? You can't you go out on a date, there's no insurance that she ain't gonna be live streaming or filming you while y'all going out, man, without asking. So I think the whole loneliness epidemic on the men is used to, disguise the fact that the women are the most alone. Because right now, bro, it's bad. The Zoomer guys aren't dating. You know, and the other thing, like me and Metacan were talking about, the men aren't orbiting. I've seen it where guys in public transportation, unless a lady is like super old or a grandma or pregnant, they're not socializing with the women. They ain't giving up their seats. Men ain't doing nothing. If it ain't something that makes sense, we ain't doing it. And I think the women are just, in my honest opinion, by 2027, we're gonna see the peak. They're losing their minds. They're getting older, and the society's fooled them to believe that they get chances. They don't understand that running into a man that wants to marry you is like the lottery. It's a once in a lifetime experience, and the older they get, especially now where guys are like, dude, once you hit 30, you hit the wall. That's one of the biggest catchphrases that did so much damage to the women, the wall. You know what I mean? The fact that the mass majority of men are saying, they hit the wall, bro. Once they hit 30, it's over. You know what I'm saying? There is no second chances or none of that. It's done. And I think the narrative to say we men are alone and we're suffering, I'm talking to y'all right now. They don't get that we can socialize while we're alone. They can't. You know, you know what I mean? That's what's going on, man.
I haven't
Mm-hmm.
really felt lonely like once since I was a teenager. But women are feeling very lonely. Men will feel frustration more than loneliness, and those are different feelings, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We'll go further into that, bro. That's deep.
No, but men are not. Most men are not lonely, especially like you said, because of the internet. Like men will figure it out. They'll with the technology, they'll, it's easy, they'll figure it out. But women are, they feel the loneliness because they start to, like when they, especially when they get to age 25 and they start losing attention. Like women start to lose their mind when they don't get as many looks anymore. Like, you know what I mean? That's their world, like just catching looks from guys, and then once that stops, they start to lose it.
Well, I mean, another thing you brought up is that, man, I've been saying this for years that, the reason we men aren't alone is that we know that if anything happens, we're the first line of defense. We got to defend ourselves. I think a lot of women, because, the system and how they've been raised and the propaganda that's been happening since the 60s, they've been sleeping in loneliness. Like they're sleeping defenseless. A woman sleeping alone in her bed is sleeping in absolute fear. A lot of guys think they're taking why are so many women on depressants? Because bro, when they had a father, let's say they had a father in the household, they knew there was protection. But most there are some communities where it's 80% single mother, 70% and all that. That means growing up, those women slept in fear. Without a man
Yeah,
there, that loneliness, bro, that loneliness of she closes her eyes and any sound, door knocking. I think that's why they get all these pets as well. Like guys don't, why do they have all these cats? Because the cat walking in the house bypasses that fear of her thinking some stranger might be opening the window, might be opening the door. You know what I'm saying? By having a cat in there or these pets, it allows her to sleep a lot more. While we guys, man, we sleep at night. We know what it is. We know that we're the first line of defense for ourselves, and we don't really sleep with thinking about, oh man, will somebody save me? We know, whatever comes here, I gotta deal with it. It is what it is, man. I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna give them one hell of a fight. It's I'm a man. But then, bro, the amount of women that are sleeping in loneliness, like in fear. It's not just loneliness, it is fear, man. They've taught us to devalue ourselves as men, but we men, that's why I said, I remember when I first came on the stream with Medican, I asked Medican this question, to the cast that was here. I was like, all right, if you have like I'll give you the question, Ventus. If you got 15 grand and a woman has 200 grand, who who is richer, the woman or you?
Of
The
course, me,
woman.
because I'm not gonna spend it on fucking stupid shit.
Oh,
That's gonna be wasted in 3 days.
Oh, well, there's that too. There's that, bro. I mean, what were you gonna say to Ventus?
I mean, I was saying the woman because the woman gets her shit paid for by other men.
Well, I'm gonna say, nah, bro, it's the man. Because the reason a man is richer, Medican brought up the spending, but no, the reason a man's rich is they gotta respect my money. A woman's money could be taken. You know, our money, on the other hand, if you got 15 grand, if a woman can't walk around, she's a target, and men don't have to respect their money. You know what I'm saying? Us, on the other hand, you gonna have to respect my money. If I got 15 grand, that woman got 200 grand in her pocket. If a guy don't respect it or just wants to take it, they'll take it. Us, on the other hand, there's too many obstacles with that money. I might have to fight him, or he's a man. I gotta respect his money. You know what I'm saying? But the women, on the other hand, and kind of like what Medican said, is they're gonna blow that money anyway. That money's gonna be burned anyway. A woman earning $1 million, any man who hears that and thinks, oh man, she made 1 million, but the odds are she's gonna burn through about 60 to 70% of that or more. You know what I'm saying? But I look at it as from a standpoint of respect. A man's money will be respected. You know what I'm saying? A woman, on the other hand, you know, if she says she has that money, it could be taken, or it has no value based on a respect aspect. I don't respect your money. So it don't mean nothing, you know. But I look at it as, man, what's going on, bro, in this society to get back is that they've trained us men to devalue our worth. Like, for example, a woman will say, "Oh man, Ventus, you're not rich and all that," but yeah, but bitch, you're not paying me for protecting me. A man just being around her is protection. Then you're not paying me for that leadership. Then you're not paying me for being able to filter out your emotional spending. The amount of stuff we bring to the table in the relationship compared to the woman is priceless. You know what I'm saying? The cops aren't gonna come when you call them. Like, for example, a lot of these women been trained to count on the government. But dude, when you call the cops, they gotta assess which one is more important. This woman calling because she's scared she heard a sound in her goddamn house, or that shootout a few blocks away. You know, they're not safe, man. And then you add in the fact that another example I'm gonna bring up is that notice that a lot of women will live together and they're still lone and scared and terrified because who's gonna protect them when something happens? You know what I'm saying? That's why when you see these roommates of women and they're still terrified, they're still on drugs and anxiety medicine because now they're even more scared. There's a group of them that could be hurt, you know?
Yeah, I see it similar. Yeah.
So, so I look at it, man, I'm like, man, they're in a constant state of fear. And the pharmaceuticals are making so much money, they don't want to bring up the fact that we men are literally the key to keeping that anxiety away. You know what I'm saying? Just being in a man's presence, knowing that. And I think that's why they hang around with closeted men as well. I've seen a lot of women hang around with these guys because they know the first person, the danger will come to is a closeted man, kind of like a shield of sorts. I think that's why they kind of hang with them more. But I'm just saying, is that, bro, man, the situation is that by 2030, man, and I think before we even get there, I think by the time it hits 2027, the panic, the women just gonna get louder and louder. Something Medicare was saying is the hags are getting older. The women that are in the 40s aren't getting wifed up anymore. There's no more orbiters. They don't have the parachute. There is no backup plan. Once you get to a certain age now, since the men know, I say the passport bros thing got it went public. CNN interviewed the red prescription people. You know what I'm saying? The manospheres all over the internet. The passport bros is mainstream. The women's window is cutting out to, I think by the time they hit, in my honest opinion, by the time a woman hits, I think 27, it's over. You know, because how far from 30 is 27? You know, go on.
Yeah, men are losing the desperation and seeing through it.
I mean, like you said, the desperation. I look at it, man. As I did an age, I don't know. I think I sent it on the stream. I told guys that 18 to about 24, she's in her golden age. She's in her golden years. You know what I'm saying? 25 to about 27, or no, probably 25 to 28, she's in a silver age. You know, then after that, the value keeps going down and down. So by the time she's 29 to, let's say, 29 to 30, let's say 28 to 30, she's in her bronze age, you know, bronze years. And then 30 plus, the value just keeps going down and down, bro, until she ends up in her 40s, probably in the copper years or something like that, man. I forgot the way I designed it, but I think guys are, man, we've reached a point where the manosphere has infected the mind of so many men that they're running math. They're running math, man. I don't even. I used to tell guys, bro, there ain't no such thing. And in my honest opinion, I want to get your thoughts on it. I don't think a woman could be a 10 after the age of like, I think 24. I don't think there you can be a 10 after that. You know,
Pretty
I
much
think.
agree. Once any aging
Right.
signs come through, you can't really be a 10.
Mhm. Right. Oh, go on, brother. I'm
Once,
listening.
no, I just said once any aging signs come through, like the skin, anything like they can't be a 10.
Well, the way I look at it is this, bro. By the time, you know, I used to tell dudes this, man, is that the age there's a value I think of age and actions because if a chick is I think you can't be a 10 past 24. I think that window is like that 10 is about 18 to 24, and the other reason I bring this up is that the danger age comes around. I think 21 to 23 is when it could truly be over because once she starts drinking, I look at alcohol as an effect is that 21 is when she starts, you could legally drink publicly. We've been drinking. We've been drinking since before then in the house or whatever. But I think if a woman by the time she's 21 to 23 isn't in a long-term relationship and doesn't have her drinking habits under control, it's over. So that's why I look at the window as about, I'd say 18 to 24. You know, after that, it's all a decline. Not even looking at the aging aspect of 24 or getting older. It's that you do the math. You're like, you had 18. What is that? 18 to 24. What is that, dude? What, 6 years or what is that? You've been single for about, if you're not in a long-term relationship, by that time, that's what is that, like 6 to 8 years? You've been outside sleeping, and I don't know if I told Medican this, but I developed the math. I developed the math to see how long a woman's been sleeping with people. So my math was that let's say two bodies every Saturday, every Friday and Saturday, two bodies. So if you do the math for a whole year on that, man, by a certain age, man, what are you getting into? And I look at it as a lot of men are realizing that, man, you know, what's going on that I think by 25, I look at the 30 range. If 30 is the wall, then anything close to the wall is the end. So, so in all honesty, the pre-wall stage might be 25, but I think that sweet spot of, if she not married by then, it's over, is that I think 24, because I'm looking at also, let's assume Medican wants to have 4 children. You know what I'm saying? And he's going to give his girlfriend about a 2-year window to recover, get her body right after giving birth. So if she was 24, she could only give Medican, and if Medican is trying to avoid the age 30 in birth, because, out of fear of, Down syndrome and all that other stuff that could happen, in Medican's best interest, it would be to start having kids with her by like, let's say 20, 18, 20, something like that. So I look at the women's value, man, the decline once she hits about 24. So that means she could give your next kid will be 26. That's your second kid. Then the next kid after that is 28. So you could potentially, you look at the math, you'll most likely be able to have 3 healthy children if you're not trying to get close to that age 30 range. So I look at a lot of women now with everything going on, and the fact that us men have been educated that, bro, they've been flown out and the sex capades and all that. I think they're running out of time, man. I think every guy's looking at them now. I don't know if did y'all hear about that chick that has over 1,000 bodies? She's like an
Yeah,
OF model.
Bonnie Blue or something. But I've got to
It's,
go. It was a good chatting to you guys.
yeah, bro.
Thanks for joining.
Bro. Well, man, I'm gonna roll out too, man.
No, don't
been an honor.
worry. You are welcome anytime, and that was good talk. You spilled a lot of useful advices. Yeah. You cleared the air, I would say, kind of with some knowledge. Yeah.
Well, it's always, man. It's an honor, man. I mean, we the last of a dying breed, man. They did damn Medicam 80 videos, man. They deleted 80.
Oh yeah, between September and February, basically every day, every 2 days, 2 videos was taken down. But it's not a strike, because you can only have like 3 or 4 strikes. This is like a community guidance deletion. These are harmful. You can accumulate 500, whatever. But yeah, I call it spring cleaning in tech industry. This is obviously like just combating bloatware, and yeah.
I don't think bloat, bro. I think because what is it? I'm using Google Gemini. You know what I mean?
No.
I
Listen,
told
hosting
people
data costs money, and it only makes sense they are getting rid of all my 10 hours live streams from 4 years ago. They're not gonna pay for this slop. Come on. It's like good memories to us, to community, but YouTube look at that and they see a data abuser. Anyway, go ahead.
But I don't think that, because, bro, the amount of memory price is going down. I don't know if you heard. I heard, bro. The cassette tapes from VHS. I heard they can literally save trillions of bytes on there, and the technology is getting a lot more affordable. It's just that, man. I think with the AI, because I don't know if you got this. YouTube sent me a personal message. They literally told me that I was plagiarizing my content.
Oh yeah, I had those maybe three years ago. I had this plagiator stuff when I was re-uploading some documents.
No, bro, I wasn't uploading nothing, bro. They told me the live streams I did, I'm just talking or whatever, was plagiarism. You know what I'm saying? And then, bro, I had to send them a so-called little video to say it ain't true. And then I got a private message from YouTube, because I think I offended one of the engineers running the site. They sent me a personal message to let me know that they don't like me, But the other thing I look at, I don't think they're cleaning, bro. I think they have the AI. It's reading all our content. Remember, it can read this in milliseconds. It could say Metacam. Because I tested it. I actually I fed Google Gemini one of my videos, and it said, "Oh, this is just manosphere red pill stuff," and he's very misogynist. It said, the AI said, "Oh man, I'm misogynist and very anti-woman speaking." I'm like, man, nah, not at all. But yeah, they're reading it, and one thing I agree with you, they're cleaning up. I think with the Trump bill that should be passing soon, they're trying to clean us up. So when they can't delete our channels, they could at least say, you know what, we deleted over 80, over 100 of their videos. So they still got to work. And then we've unmonetized them. So they still got to work to get back on our sides or whatever. So I think, that's why I say I think pretty soon, bro. I think we got, I say enjoy this while you can. I think very soon, because Google's baking AI into their system, I think pretty soon we won't be able to say nothing. I think unless that Trump bill passes, I think Google's going to feed the AI into live censoring you while you're talking. I think pretty soon while we're streaming.
By the way, this is actually not hard to imagine, by the way. This is actually highly possible. This is actually the future of broadcasting, I think, actually. Involuntarily, of course, no?
No, you're right. I mean, remember, bro, I don't know if you remember, in the 90s, they said, just like we're doing on the stream, I think there's a second delay or something. Like, I think the stream's a little slower. So the TV shows were like I think 5 second delay or something, so they could block out certain words in case the host cursed or
Yeah,
something.
of
I
course, of
think
course.
pretty, I think pretty soon, bro, with AI, that it because it's getting faster and all that, I think pretty soon we won't be able to say nothing. I think it's gonna pretty soon be able to use
It's gonna be
what they call.
eventually like in that movie Minority Report with Tom Cruise in
Mm,
2001. There was a
damn,
thought police, and
bro. Remember that where he had to run because that thing was lying. But nah, I think, bro, pretty soon when we're streaming, I think not only will it block, but I think it might even. I think we're gonna end up signing a contract with YouTube where it says YouTube has the right to alter what you're saying it is offensive. I think pretty soon you're gonna be streaming, I'm gonna be streaming, and we're gonna watch the stream back, and it just altered what we said to where you know how they got voice cloning and all that. I
oh,
think
of
it's gonna
course,
just gonna alter. Uh,
yeah,
it's gonna alter
it's
what we said live,
yeah, yeah,
bro.
yeah.
It's gonna be wild, man. You know what I'm saying? They gonna be what Medican? I didn't know you changed like that. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna be saying, the laws are this way. You're gonna be, and the AI is gonna flip it to the laws are perfectly great. It's just that, it's gonna change what you said to the laws are great. It's just that men need to just step up and choose the right one. Oh man, but yeah, but brother, we'll talk, man. It's been an honor to be on here, man. I'll at you, man. Peace.
Yeah, good talk. Yeah, yeah. Thanks for joining us. So, yeah, fucking AI, bro. We have to, boys, we have to worry so much about this AI. What was a joke 5 years ago, but now, like. So yeah, anyway, if anybody wants to, if there are some people who would like to jump in the VC, let me know. But I'm gonna continue with postal now, yeah, for my five people in the house. We are not wrapping it up. Probably one or two more hours. Until I get really tired, I guess. Preferably we are taking people with good mic, actually, yeah. over. 16 people in the house, Chatki Britki, let me know who is watching. Probably tomorrow also probably some kind of live stream can happen. I need to figure it out. Kurwa, where was it? Chatki Britki, hey. Yeah, ear rape warning, always.
I knew that stuff wasn't good for me. Withdrawal's a bitch.
Kidding me, right? No fucking way. bullshit. No?
I gotta find more of that good stuff. I definitely need more of that.
Which? I don't know where to go. Click on top. You actually remember this? Because no idea. Fucking shit. Here? It shits all over Postal 4 in terms of how much better it is. Yeah. Oh, I don't know where to go. Here? Oh, I think I'm going in fucking circles, man. Oh, wow, which way, bro? This is so fucked. Yeah. This is so fucking bullshit, bro. Are we stuck? Reload. Which one? Wow, we crashed. Brutal. Hey, I think I switched to most wanted. Fuck it. Oh, one more time. Checkpoint, okay.
That stuff really works.
Oh my god. Click on top. I think we glitched the trigger here with the bulldozer going here. Supposed to be animation. Ah, here it is. So stupid. Let's go.
Have a nice day.
Okay, now which way? Fucking shit.
This can't be good for me, but I feel great.
Right, so probably here. Okay.
My grandmother could beat the game if she saved as much as you do. Now that's what I call welfare reform. Please don't think I'm a bigot. I kill races equally. Sharpening.
This thing's ready to go.
Sharpening.
I'm gonna die. Fucking hell. We have to run. We have to fucking run. Yeah, this game is glitch as fuck. Alright, we have saves, League. What the fuck?
Well, there's another day down the crapper. At least I've got a cure to treat Champ's radioactive condition. But I still haven't found him yet. I don't suppose I'll be able to manage that on my own. So I wonder what crazy homicidal faction I'll run into next.
Hey, yo. Jihad. Ganja Jihad, what is this?
Alright, let's get this over with.
Please, put down your weapon. I mean you no harm. You appear to be mistaken. Al Qaeda is a peace-loving group, loving of all races and creeds. We only wish to support our fellow men in their times of need.
Ugh, my head wound.
I see you are truly one in need of help. Come with me, friend, for you are in no state to brave the night on your own. Al Qaeda shall accommodate you until you are feeling better.
What the fuck? Oh, no. Al Qaeda has many gun.
Ugh. Ugh. Oh, it was just another horrible dream. Wait a second, my head wound. It's not hurting anymore. Shit, that's a relief. Maybe things are finally starting to look up.
Morning, sunshine.
Gah, who the hell are you? My evil twin?
I'm you, genius. I was just feeling a bit stuffy hanging around in that noggin of yours, so I figured I'd step out for some fresh air. I'm afraid I can't hang around and chat, though. If you'll excuse me, I'm off to find my lost dog, Champ.
Wait a minute, your lost dog?
Greetings, friend. It is good to see you are now on your feet. I beg your pardon for overhearing, but it sounds like you're searching for the legendary El Perro Loco.
Yeah, I'm looking for my dog, Champ. What of it?
You have made it far, but one last obstacle remains in your path. The canine beast you seek dwells at the heart of the town, but he was sealed off long ago at the hellhole. This seal is virtually impenetrable, but our expertise in explosives can make short work of that.
Well, I suppose I don't have any choice.
Excellent! Al-Qaeda is most placed to assist you in your spirited endeavor. Simply bring us the materials and we shall fabricate the IED you need. To create the bomb, we will need C4, but only those whack jobs doomsday survivalists would still have any around these parts. This is where you will find their encampment. Tread carefully, for they do not appreciate visitors. We will also need a blasting cap, but you won't find many of those out in the wild. However, a former associate of ours may still have one left in his stock. You will find a store here. Say hello to the old friend for me. And as a personal favor to us, we would appreciate if you went to our local medicinal herb supplier and pruned his harvest. It seems he's having troubles with his employees. Our supplier's compound is here. Good luck, brother, and may Allah watch over you.
Oh, fancy bed. Hey, shit.
I wonder what could have happened this past week to upset this town's delicate status quo. Well, I'm sure peace and diplomacy will prevail, although that wouldn't be as fun. I better get out of here.
Wow, it's nice ganja here. Are you friendly? That's it. Where to go? Oh no, that's the same way I came. No? Shit. Fucking kidding me. No, it's probably not here and probably over there. Bora, bora. Okay, blasting cap first. Yes.
Hey, you!
Well, that's the same fucking... I'm with you, bro. Shit.
Shit.
Okay. Fuck them. Escape.
This can't be good for me, but I feel great.
This is stupid. How do I get to Lucky Ganesh? That's the question. Here, maybe. Okay, let's go. Yeah. how do I get there? Save here. Let's go.
Jeez, these doomsday survivalist guys look pretty serious. Well, maybe I can swipe some of that C4 without causing too much of a fuss. What the? Hey, it's you. Crap, so much for that quiet approach. Today's the first day of the end of your lives.
He's immune to that shit.
I definitely need more of that. That's the stuff.
These guys are immune. Okay.
Oof. Ah. Say, I'm pretty good at this. Ugh. I feel better. I feel better already.
Wait, where's the fucking sniper? Shit.
excuse me while I push my intros back in. I gotta find more. Ah, that's the stuff. My grandmother could be.
Oh, shit.
So that's what that feels like. That's the. Minding my own business, just my Second Amendment rights, and you people have to freak out on it. I definitely need more of
This fucking idiot in the house. We crashed, fuck it. We crashed. Yeah, this game is so fucking unstable. Anyway, we're gonna wrap it up. I need to go eat some slop. So thanks for the guests, and tomorrow probably maybe live stream, who knows. Alright. Stay tuned. See you soon.